untitled.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hi, good morning everybody. Welcome to Friday's Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's wonderful to have your company. Thanks for being here with us today and please do get in touch. Now we're going to start our wonderful morning, which is very, very exciting. We've got some lovely guests, lovely demos coming up. As always, with our early bird. Now, I'm a quilt designer, but you're a quilt designer too. We're all quilt designers. We've all sat there with squared paper, doodling, changing a block around, mixing up our patches, sometimes intentionally, sometimes not. There's nothing wrong with that. But our early bird today is something that can really put you in the driving seat of your own quilt design and help you to adapt blocks to make multiple different sizes easily. Now, I love this set of Quilt Builder cards. It's a quick and easy tool reference and it's our early bird. Let's drop the price. It's going down to 15. Now, this has got Christmas present written all over it. I mean, not literally, obviously, that would be daft, but I think it's got Christmas present written all over it. Or just, you know, what a great resource, you know. I love a book. I love a book, but I also love to actually go back to basics, take a block and use it. Let me show you how the block deck works. So you have got a whole set. You've got 8 layout cards and you've got things like how to calculate yardage, how to get great alignment on your shapes, you've got how to sew half square and quarter square triangles, how to figure the amount of fabric for a quilt, binding, setting on point, all sorts of different layouts that you might use for your quilts, which I think is really cool. And also, very importantly, how to use the block charts. Now, let me just show you when it comes to using the block charts. You've got, every block comes in 5 different sizes. You get a 6-inch, 8-inch, 10-inch, 12-inch and 36-inch version. So if you want to make one big block, border it, quilt it, call it a baby quilt, you're done. Now, you also get 4 pictures of each block. The blank, the grayscale, the piecing and the finished. So I mean, that really does take you through the steps, so long as you've done the most basic of quilting before. Now then, you've also got 40 new blocks, because this is set 2, there is a set 1. So let's just, divide and conquer. Oh, look at that one, Nelson's Victory. Let's have a look. So I just grabbed one at random. This one's called Nelson's Victory. So, as I mentioned, on one side you've got the full block done in grayscale, and then you've got pictures here. And I think the uncoloured picture is really useful because we all know how different a block can look depending on how it's coloured. And when you look at that, you really can think, okay, there's lots of possibilities there. You've got a grayscale, you've got a piecing diagram, you've got the finished block, and then underneath you have a chart. So in this block, we've got 5 different patches, A, B, C, D, and E. A are squares, 2.5 inch for an 8-inch block, 3.5 inch for a 12-inch block, and so on. Some of them look like here, you've got a square with a diagonal line through it. You know, I know, that just means you're going to cut the square in half and turn it into triangles. Very, very simple to use. Mosaics, that's cute. Signature friendship, lovely block. So with this one, you're going to do flippy corners. It even shows you how to do that. You've got a space in the center that you can sign and embroider. So you could make this as a commemorative quilt or a friendship quilt or something like that, maybe a fundraiser. That's a nice block. I like that. Sunshine and shadows. That's cool. Do so many different settings with that one. So you get all these different blocks. World's Fair puzzle, whirlpool, weave. That's a nice one. I can't beweave that one. Twirl around. Oh, if you insist. Oh no, I feel dizzy now. Oh no, I'm gonna have to have a sit down. Twin sisters. Remember eyebrows are sisters, not twins. New album, ocean waves. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Look at all those half square triangles. Oh, I like that. Homegrown. Homegrown. That's lovely. I need to say some good mornings actually while I'm flicking. Mo's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, watching from my caravan in Stirling. Mo, that sounds idyllic. Have you got the kettle on? Lovely. Jill, good morning, you wonderful man. Jill, good morning, you wonderful woman. Patricia's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, love you from Blackpool. Mwah, blow you a kiss. Christine's got in touch to say, good morning again, Stuart. Lovely to see you again this morning. That's 2 agains. Am I here too much? I hope not. I'm here all weekend. Oh, a message from Carolyn, who's in the West Midlands. Ben said she's from God's own country and I thought Yorkshire. Good morning, Stuart. This box set arrived whilst I was away. Can't wait to open it. You're teasing me. I'm going to keep going, Carolyn. I'm going to keep going. Dutchman's puzzle. Fanny's favourite. Flock. Follow the leader. Fox and geese. Oh, that's a smart one. Very nice. Indian star. King's crown. What a very suitable block. King's crown. King's crown. Martha Washington star. All sorts. Absolutely loads in there. And you know, traditionally, of course, blocks have always come from, all sorts of different sources. People's home life, work, world events. They've always prompted block designs, quilt designs. You know, we have always turned to our sewing, haven't we? At difficult times, wonderful times, you know, marriage celebrations. It's just a great resource. And what you've got there are 40 different blocks. Now, of course, you can combine them and do a 2-block quilt, a 3-block quilt. What's really helpful is that you've got 5 different sizes, beg your pardon, 5 different sizes. So you can build up a sampler quilt very, very easily. Amanda's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, I'm watching for the first hour, then I'm sadly off to a funeral. Love these cards. Well, Amanda, please know that our thoughts are with you and I hope that today is a comfort. All right, I'm going to leave that with you. There is the Quilt Builder card deck. Now then, this morning is all about liberty, but let's see what's coming up throughout the whole day. Okay, so 8 o'clock, it is Liberty Fabrics. I've got some beautiful fabrics to buy individually. I've made them up into some lovely inspiring bundles, I hope. See what you think. And then at 9 o'clock, Susie Duncan is here. Love Susie, with the Moda Fresh as a Daisy quilt. It is so lovely. It's a beautiful, there's a couple of panels, there's a beautiful layer cake. They are fresh, beautiful fabrics. I know you're going to love this. Now at 10 o'clock we've got Mark Francis with his latest pattern launch. They are the Mccoy Oxford trousers. Really stylish, these, absolutely beautiful. Suitable for men or women. They're a unisex trouser, very, very stylish. Look at Mark in them there. He looks about 7 feet tall. If it's the trousers, I want them. Now then, at 11 o'clock, we're going to have a Creative Grids Masterclass with Susie Duncan. This is going to bring those rulers to life. So please make sure you stick around and learn tips and tricks from an expert. Now at 12 o'clock, Mark is back with the Sew Over It Ada dress. I think this is a really beautiful dress. I thought it looked lovely on the hanger. But when Mark put it on the mannequin, I thought, gosh, wow, that is lovely. Just have a quick look. I just think it's absolutely gorgeous. Isn't that? And the fabric, beautiful, really beautiful, stunning. So that's what we've got coming up this morning. So I hope you will stick around with me and enjoy this Friday here at Sewing Street. Do please get in touch as well. Let me just tell you how you can do that and how you can watch us on the web. So if you go to our website, www.sewingstreet.com, and then once you get there, click on Watch Live. There I am. And then you'll see straight away you can type us a little message. Yes, yes. Then you'll see the early bird. It's that card deck. Love it. Then you can pre-order. You'll see the show deals on one side. You'll see coming up, pre-order. There's a few things actually I might sort of point you towards today. There's some lovely books actually. Those panels, those Moda panels and Moda layer cakes, I would jump on and pre-order actually, because I think they're going to go very, very quickly, because they are beautiful. We've got Mark's pattern as well, the Mccoy trouser. So you could pre-order that too. We've got Wiltshire Shadow. We've got loads of liberty in this first hour. And you can pre-order. Jump on and pre-order. Now that picture of the Wiltshire Shadow upsets me. Can we just get just the Wiltshire Shadow? It should be in a rainbow. Shouldn't it, really? Anyway, I'll redo it. I'll redo it. Lovely panels. There's that gorgeous panel. $12.99. It's beautiful. There's also a really cool panel with smaller images on it, which I personally am loving, absolutely loving. And then you've got lovely corduroy. There are various notions for dressmaking. Just cool. Creative Grids. We've got the Dresden, easy curves, curvy log cabin, regular log cabin. We've got seam guides. Loads of different rulers there. We've also got Susie Duncan's Block Keeper, which has been so popular. It's a fabulous project to make, and then you can keep your blocks in it while you're creating them. Really, really useful. Every quilter should have one, I think. And then look at all these lovely fabrics that we've got for the Sew Over It Ada dress. Really beautiful viscoses. We've got 8 different bundles. So go have a look, see what appeals to you. Meet me back here straight away. Don't go anywhere else. The kitchen, maybe. Tea, coffee, cake. That's it. That's it. Okay, right. Let's get started with the show today. And good morning to you, Claire, as well, by the way. Sent a lovely love heart and a bright good morning. Thank you for that. All right, let's get started. Now we're actually going to start with, we've got some little bundles and these are lovely. I'm going to start with this one right here, which is HX20. I'll open each one because they're really, really lovely fabrics, beautifully bundled and beautifully coordinated. So what you're getting in this bundle are 5 different fat quarters. If you've never bought a fat quarter before, it's a piece of fabric that's approximately 18 inches by 21 inches. I don't know it in new money, but I'll show you. I'll just open this one out and show you. So it's the sort of quilter's favourite, really. It's almost square piece of fabric. So really, really useful for patchwork quilting, for things like bags, cushions, you know, so long as they're pieced. You get a bit of lots of different fabrics for $18.99. Terrific price. There's 1.25 meters of fabric here. So let me show you the designs you're getting. You've got this gorgeous fresh floral on it's like the colour of ink, I think. It's an inky blue. Beautiful butterflies. That is absolutely divine. I love that. Absolutely love that. It's really pretty. Gorgeous little floral there, and then a ditzy. How sweet is that? I love the colours. Isn't it beautiful? Really delicate and soft. I team that with a bit of just off-white, you know, not that real sparkling glaring white, but just very slightly off-white. I'd mix that together, and perhaps that very soft peachy pink. Super, love that one. They're all really nice, actually. I think you're going to like these bundles. Yummy. Okay, I'll pop that to one side. Next one, let's go a bit fresher, a bit zingier. Bit of hot pink in there as well. I do love hot pink fabrics. It is. Now then, let's start with that. I'm just going to open this one up so you can see a little bit more of it. Now you might be thinking, well, what can I do with a fat quarter? Well, one on its own, but once we add 4 more, once we've got 5 fat quarters, we start to get into sort of, magic zone. So I would add about, half to 1 meter of a solid fabric, and you've got enough there for a small wall hanging. You could do some piecing. You could do some patchwork. How pretty. Look at this one. How gorgeous is that? I'll just open that up. That's almost sort of Tiffany inspired, isn't it? It's making me think of stained glass. Really glowy colours. Love that deep teal background and that little pop of pink. And again, reach into your stash. Look at that one. This is becoming my new favourite. Love that design. There's enough of it, isn't there? It's not really colourful, but there's plenty going on. Absolutely gorgeous. You could make some cushions. You could make a bag. 5 fat quarters, pretty decent, you know, for a bag, especially if you add in about half 1 meter of a solid for things like your lining. And then you can always, you know, do some patch pockets inside. You could do little binding around the top of your plain fabric pockets with a little bit of liberty. Make a little bit go a long way. I always, you know, special fabrics, I always like to really work hard. I want every single bit out of them I can get. So things like your tiniest scraps, covering buttons with them, and if there isn't enough scrap to cover that button, get a smaller button and cover that instead. And because like 3 or 4 or 5 covered buttons, even if they're all different scraps sewn onto something, the back of a cushion, down a blouse front, something, looks gorgeous, and it's instantly recognizable, isn't it? Even on a plain white blouse, it's like that little touch of liberty. It's just iconic. Now here's the last little bundle. I saved my favorite. This is gorgeous. That I need all of it. All of it. Gorgeous little floral. Check this one out. This is absolutely stunning. Isn't that gorgeous? We've got some little hummingbirds in there as well. I think that's a splendid fabric. And then here's the last one. Again, just absolutely iconic Liberty fabrics. And for $18.99, I was down in London recently and popped into Liberty. Got to be done, hasn't it, while you're there? But it was eye-wateringly expensive. It was eye-watering. And, you know, what I wanted was a nice little pickup, you know, less than £20, thank you, for a little bundle of something that I could take home and make something nice out of. And it didn't happen, I'm afraid. Whereas this little bundle of 5 fat quarters, absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. And you know, if you love Sally Ann Harrison, she's done some amazing patterns using Liberty. Again, making each fabric really work hard. Okay, that's our Liberty fat quarter bundles. Now I'm just going to bring on our Liberty Wiltshire Shadow bundle. Now I've got to tell you, we've got 2 of these bundles left. Okay, just 2 left. There are lots in baskets. Now then, I want to share with you something. A moment of just, you know, it's not a big thing, but it was like, oh, I can't leave it like that. I walked into the studio and these were just in a pile and they were all mixed up. And I found it unacceptable. So I had to leap in and do this. Now this is better, right? I had some help from Kat, our multi-skilled operator. She grabbed some fabrics and moved them around and she was absolutely right. So first of all, I want to just point out all these amazing, beautiful blues, greys, soft tonals that you've got here. Some obvious greys, some less obvious blue greys, slates, some purpley blues. There's 1 left, there are 9 in baskets. This one here is divine, isn't it? That one. Imagine that as your background with glowy light colours on it, pale apricots, pale mint green and pale pinks and things like that, peaches, absolutely glowy, amazing. And then you've got all these beautiful, flower colours really. Those rose pinks, think rhododendrons, camellias, peonies, roses, sweet peas. These soft, delicate peaches into that gorgeous orange. Love that. Couple of lovely yellows, greens. That green is just beautiful. Literally 1 left. Now there are 9 in baskets. I don't want you to think, well, someone else is going to get there before me, so I won't bother now. It happens ever such a lot. Yeah. We all think, oh no, someone else will get that. If this bundle's in your basket right now, or if it's not in your bundle right now, but you want it, pop it in your basket and check out, and you'll be the one that gets it. It's basically first to the finish line. Absolutely lovely. You've got in this bundle 29 half-metre cuts. That is the sort of ultimate Wiltshire Shadow collection, isn't it? It's absolutely gorgeous. You're getting 1 metre of that for free. You're saving £14.98. And this is the ultimate box of crayons, fresh tin of paints, a colour to go with anything. Hi Stuart, says Alison, who's in South Staffordshire. I made my new granddaughter a dress and a Joe Carter elephant from 1 metre of pink Wiltshire Shadow. Which pink was it? There is so many beautiful pinks. Thanks, Alison. That's lovely. Beautiful. Angela's messaged in. Hi, Stuart. Managed to get the bundle. Love it. Gorgeous. Well done, Angela. Well done. That bundle is winging its way to you in Norfolk. There is 1 of these left. I'm going to leave that with you. It's going to sell out. It's going to sell out. Now, I do want to let you know as well that all of these fabrics are available individually by the half metre. So if there's a little collection that you want to put together, maybe a lovely little collection of 3 or 5 rose pinks from light to dark, you can do that. You can do that. If there's any combinations you'd like to see, message the studio and I'll grab them and I'll show you. I'll put them together for you. If you think, oh, how would those 5 look together? Email the studio and I can do that for you. No bother at all. Now then, we're going to move on. I've got some amazing Liberty fabrics. And what I've done is I've put them into some groupings, which I think would make really lovely bundles. We're not selling them as bundles. I'm going to give you the individual codes for them. But I'm just you know, I'm trying to give you that little bit of inspiration as I see it on this particular day. I might grab a few Wiltshire shadows as well and put them in as we go along, just to see how that would work out. Okay, so let's start then with EI81. Okay, and I'll just show you this little bundle that I've put together here. Now I've actually tucked in a little Wiltshire shadow into there as well, just to, in fact I'm going to pop it just in there, just to say hello lovely. Just love that palette. Now let me show you this one first of all. So this is the fabric that we've got on screen. This is called Primula Posy, and it's really pretty. This would be divine for dressmaking, wouldn't it? A blouse, a dress, or even trim like a collar and cuffs on something plainer. I'm thinking as well with this I want to pin tuck it, so using a pin tuck foot. If you've got the Brother FS250, you've got the pin tuck foot on your machine, twin needle, 2 threads, easy. That is lovely, isn't it? That is a really lovely fabric. This one that goes with it, MR01. Now this again, home deck, bag making, beautiful for quilting as well, of course. Instantly seeing in this, isn't that beautiful? Sort of country house, isn't it? But relaxed country house, not too stuffy. Do you see these diamonds? So fussy cut diamonds, squares, clamshells, hexagons. Use that design. But also if you cut borders or sashings, again, you can centre those designs up. Isn't that plum gorgeous? Okay, then next one, this is somewhere between a feather and a leaf, MP56. I think it's a leaf, but it kind of looks feathery as well. And on that note, I'm thinking pyjama bottoms, little shorts and vest top, little spaghetti straps. I need to let you know that Wiltshire Shadow bundle has now sold out, but you can buy individuals. Don't you think? Little PJ bottoms, and then use that sort of soft pink for the like little camisole top. Would be beautiful, or a little dressing gown. Now I've popped in a Wiltshire Shadow in with this bundle. I'm just going to give you the code quickly for it. It is in our big bundle, was in our big bundle, but you can get it individually. This is CR16. I'll just pop those details up. And I just think that's lovely. It just brings that little bit of golden yellow out of some of the fabrics and just makes it pop. Just gives a point of contrast. So I'll tuck that in as well. Next up, we've got a really small floral. This is SO91. It's like a sort of meadow, that, isn't it? Pretty, very pretty. It's a very small scale print. So you could use this where you want it to read as background, potentially, if you're piecing. It would also be really lovely teamed with something just a little bit bigger scale if you wanted, say for example like this, to use for something like a purse or a clutch, a bag. And then our last one is poppies. This is, sorry, GV87. Excuse me. Oh, Sherry's got in touch to say, Sherry from New Zealand here. We're global, guys. We're global. Hey, Sherry in New Zealand. I bought some Peter Rabbit licensed fabric and I paired it with Liberty to make a cock quilt. Oh, I love that. It's gorgeous. I can't take credit though, as I nicked the idea off when I saw her on Pinterest. Love, love, love Liberty. You were inspired by Pinterest. I love it. If you've got a picture, Sherry, send it in, please. We'll love seeing what our viewers make, especially from New Zealand. Wow. Okay, so that's that little bundle. I'll just show you that bundle one more time. If you wanted to put that together, those are all the fabrics that we've just gone through. Well, there was that yellow. I put that yellow Wiltshire shadow. I mean, there are some others. I think if you wanted a little bit of depth, you could tuck a little bit of depth in. You see there, that's rather lovely, isn't it? That's WU79. So I think if you want to go the sort of more darker end, or perhaps go 4, you could go with those. And that's that darker plum. Also, I think, yeah, this one would also go. So this is PM47. That's lovely, isn't it? Really nice. If I pop that in, or even actually, you know what, I'm going to take that yellow out and let's go a little bit softer. This is VE78. If you want a softer look. It's nice, isn't it? Only 8 of this one left actually. All right. So I'll pop all of those to one side. Yum, all of that, thank you. Now then, next up, let's go blues. There are some lovely blues, lovely, lovely blues. This is a gorgeous one. Let's start HN15. So this is quite a large scale print for Liberty. It's stunning, absolutely stunning. Look at that. So I'll just put my hands there for scale for a moment. So you can see you've got this central vine or central trunk almost of a tree with then pomegranates that branch off. Pomegranates, of course, a traditional symbol for newlyweds, marriage, love. Yeah. Fresh new love and bounty. Beautiful butterflies there. So this would look gorgeous, wouldn't it? You could fussy cut this, you could cut borders. You could use that central line very effectively in your piecing. You've got some nice reflectional symmetry as well, which can be used to great effect in things like kaleidoscopes. Imagine putting those together. Just lovely, and a great colour palette. You've got those beautiful, cool, soft blues, but then you've got that warmth from the pinks there as well. And if I just bring in just for a second a little bit more pink, I'll show you this one later, but if I just bring that in, how lovely. But we're doing blues, so I'll leave that for a second. So there's our first fabric. And often when I'm putting fabrics together for a project, I will start with a focus fabric. Sometimes it doesn't always stay actually in my quilt. The fabric that actually inspires the whole kind of collection comes out in the end, but it's done its job. Next one is KI96. So this has a lovely soft greyish blue background to it. Isn't that pretty? Like a sort of field of flowers. And again, paired up, all by the ½ metre, so you just choose how many units. Now then, let's put some more colour in. RZ96. So this one got that lovely, I mean, it's a really sort of classic Liberty thing to do, to have that lovely pop of red. Now, of course, I'm pairing Liberty with Liberty, but wouldn't this look great with a medium or a light denim? Either in dressmaking or bag making. Trims, pockets. Lovely. So that's that. Let's go single tone HG18. This has been very, very popular. These are some of my favourite Liberty fabrics now. Things like this, things like, do you remember this one in the bundle earlier on? These sort of, it's very Liberty, but it's not, it's adaptable because there's just a single tone, single colour in there. beautiful. And I really love that shade of blue. It's so fresh, isn't it? Sort of cobalty china blue, very lovely. And then a lovely ditzy floral to finish, IM85. So there you've got some rose pink, you've got that gorgeous blue. Now I'm going to grab a few Wiltshire shadows to just supplement this collection and see where we go with it. I'm thinking QA72. So that's going to work really nicely to draw out the pink tones in my butterfly and pomegranate. So let's build up our bundle. I'm also going to go, I think, with a bit of softer pink as well in there. This is DM15. But you could just as easily be drawing out the red in this, or the peach. So for example, if I grab this one, this is WU15, and I just want to show you for a second how this one draws out the peach tones in these leaves. But I'll take that one out for now. And a little bit of blue, I think. And I'm going to go with that similar tone. This is XJ98. And that just sort of carries on. And then just a load of off-white. Gorgeous. Couple more messages. Sue's got in touch to say, morning Stuart and crew. Oh. Moaning. That's all I heard. Moaning, moaning. Oh, good morning, Sue. How are you doing, lovely? Lovely fabric. Looking forward to the trousers. Has Mark named his pattern after Sylvester Mccoy? He was a good Doctor Who, and Ace was good too. Have a great show. Love to all, Sue. I think it might be actually, yeah, Sylvester Mccoy. I loved his character. Loved it. Jan's got in touch too today to say good morning, Stuart and everyone. It's lovely weather today for a remembrance service in a local park for the Queen. Jan, that sounds lovely, and I hope that you find comfort in going to that remembrance service at the park. And yes, thank goodness for good weather, anything that's outdoors. All right, let's move on. There's our blue bundle. I've got 2 more bundles, 3 more bundles. Let's go with this one. Some gorgeous fabrics in this. Just have a little look at that, sort of what's coming up. Lovely. Now then, I've got to start with this one because this is just extraordinary. TR67 as a focus fabric, as a dressmaking fabric, it is off the charts. It is really lovely. Now, coordinates wise, just for this fabric, because I think this would be really fantastic to use perhaps for a bag or for a project on its own, I'm going to pick out a few Wiltshire shadows that could go. Let's just ombre for a second. YV48. So that's, I'm just going to pull out the oranges for a moment. YV48. So that's that really rich orange. And then some softer tones. I've got WU15. So you see that if you just wanted something very soft and subtle. And PN08. So again, if you just wanted a little grouping of sort of light to dark, this would look really lovely. I'm also going to just grab a really zingy green. This is YU35, and this is really just picking out this very, very zingy green in the leaves. Now, one of the most important things when I'm putting fabrics together in a project is to think about proportions. And sometimes when you look at fabric, you think, no, that's completely wrong, it's completely wrong. And it's not completely wrong, but what you're looking at is the wrong proportions. So there's this great big piece of green, and if you look at the overall design, the colour that pops out is not that green. you know, so you don't want that to happen when you're putting fabric in. What I'm going to do this time is I'm going to lay that fabric down, and then I'm just going to fold a section up so that now that little bit of green is proportional to the rest of it. And now it makes a lot more sense because there's a lot less of it. And you can see now how this now pulls the green from the leaves out into the design. Now, if you wanted to pull a different colour, I'm also seeing this really deep jade. So I'm going to grab that jade. We often say, don't we, if you want your colour palette, just look at the colour dots down the side of the fabric. And that's true, those are the colours in the print, but what they don't represent is the proportions that those fabrics are used. So you need to do that by eye and make sure that when you use those colours, it's proportionate. Now that to me is very, very pleasing. That really works. And again, that pulls out that little bit of jade green. So imagine a pair of gorgeous pyjama bottoms with a turned cuff at the bottom of the hem with a little bit of very narrow piping, and then in the pyjama top, again, a little narrow piping around the collar and perhaps the pocket, just in that deep jade. Delish. Love that. So that's a good fabric to keep around. All right, let's just move on and do a few more of those. So this is a gorgeous one. This is YB45. And again, you've got an all over floral, but I don't know if you can see this, you've also got these vertical vines that all these sort of fantastical flowers and leaves come off. You could use that in your design or not. Lots of colours to pull from there. Struggling to find that one. Do you want me to read you the whole code? XB YV45. XB, did I say Y? Sorry. I've had 2 cups of tea this morning and it's not enough. It's never enough. Now then, next one, MB60. I've already alluded to this fabric. You know it's a favourite. Just lovely. Good reason as well, isn't it gorgeous? And it's that bubblegum pink as well. It's just so zingy. I'm going to grab a Wiltshire shadow that would go very nicely. VD46. Because it's not always about putting lots of colour together. Sometimes it's about just pairing 2 or 3 very simple shades together. I'm going to grab a previous one. We've already done this one, but just this is a kind of pinky toned ivory that would just go as well absolutely beautifully. Simple, easy, successful. Now, if you wanted to bring just a little bit more colour into this palette, what about this one? This is EO78. EO. Now, Marie has made a good point. I'm going to read this out. Morning, Stuart. I don't know what it is, but I can't seem to get into Liberty. I think there's so much small print, I don't know what to do with it, if you know what I mean. But lovely fabric. I do know what you mean, Maria. I absolutely do. Sometimes it's about the scale that you're used to working at. So for example, when you think about the panel that's behind me, or this quilt that's behind me, it's all about a large scale panel with some borders going around it. Now, of course, our Liberty small scale might work for these narrow borders or a binding. But if you're always working in a really big scale, large blocks, large patches of fabric, sometimes a very small print can seem a bit pointless. If you reduce the scale that you're working at, so think about things like smaller scale patchwork, 5, 6, 7, 8 inch blocks, 9 inch blocks. A 9 inch block, when you make it proportionate to a 12 inch, is really quite a lot smaller. Your patches are quite a lot smaller. Don't have to be loads of little tiny pieces unless that's your thing. It's my thing. Fool that I am. But try that, because if you think about it, 4 9-inch blocks together makes an 18-inch cushion, whereas a 12-inch block, it's a couple of borders and there's your cushion. With a 12-inch block, you know, you can get much more into a smaller block. Try it. Also, things like little purses, bags, smaller details on clothing like buttons, pocket plackets, lining, you know, lovely lining to a pocket in a Liberty, even though everything else might be very plain or very wild, can really make a difference. So just play with scale. Morning, Stuart. Thank you so much for demonstrating your fabric matching ideas. I would have rejected the bold colours out of hand. From Irene in Hertfordshire. Thank you, Irene. I just, you know, I'm doing what we all do, which is playing with fabric. I have the luxury here of being able to kind of play with them on the table. But I'll be honest with you, I've always done this in shops too. I've always grabbed bolts and laid them down and mixed and matched. So you see, I've just brought a little bit then of that China blue into this mix. So as soon as I do that, it opens up the possibilities for me to grab maybe this one, which is BL10. Okay. You could also bring in this one, which we've already looked at. But if you start to think, oh, it's pattern on pattern and pattern on pattern, that's when you need to start grabbing your Wiltshire shadow and your solids, and then you can basically just calm the whole thing down. Hi Stuart and everybody. What a wonderful top tip about adding a small amount of corresponding colour in a border. Really helpful, thank you. Belinda, thank you. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Proportion. It's all about proportion. If it, you know, I've always said this about scrap quilting, you know, if you've got an ugly fabric and you've cut it for a patch and it still looks ugly, cut it smaller, okay? That's how to deal with an ugly fabric from your scraps or your stash. But when you're creating a quilt or a block, think about proportions always. All right, let me move this on because I've got a rather gorgeous bit of fabric to show you next, which is FY95. Now this one again is a fabric that you're going to want to make a feature of. So anything where you want to make a feature of it, this is when you're thinking larger patches in your blocks, the larger patches, or maybe a bag flap or the main body of a garment. How gorgeous is that? Parrots, fantasy trees. You could very simply cut this, layer it with batting and backing, a diamond crosshatch, quilted, made up into a cushion, and I would pipe the edges and I would just pull out one of the colours from the fabric for that piping, that covered piping cord. It could be the cream in the background, just to give a really soft edge, or something like this Wiltshire shadow. It could be that. It doesn't always have to be something bold at the edge. If I just tuck that under there and just show you, you know, just that as a little edge to your cushion. Or it could be a border of this, then that, then the main body of the cushion in that. It doesn't have to be different fabrics. You know, you can keep it simple, but just divide up the fabric a little bit with a little bit of something else. Proportions again. Right, I've got 2 more bundles I'm going to have to run through a little more quickly. Let's do it, let's do it. Right, okay, so YS21. Autumny shades, same print, that gorgeous parrot fantasy flower, but with autumn shades. XS21. There we go. Lovely. Just lovely autumny shades in that. That's gorgeous. DK31. Love this one, just a really soft, pretty floral. It's got children's clothing just oozing out of it. AB81. Again, just soft, gentle. And you see how they're just popping a little bit of Wiltshire shadow in, just to break up if this was patchwork dressmaking, just to keep the whole thing flowing. BP95. A little bit more blue toned there, but a pretty floral. And then this next one's a bit zingy, EN04. Ah, look at that, with almost fluorescent. It's really zingy, isn't it? Yeah. But again, if you need just to break it up a little bit, grab a little bit of Wiltshire shadow. This is why well done you if you managed to get the bundle, but we do still have by the ½ metre. But look at that. Imagine pillowcases. Beautiful, fresh, soft and gentle, really lovely. Right, that's that little bundle done. See, I told you I can do this. I can do this. Right, extraordinary one this, WK26. That's one of my favourites today. Isn't that beautiful? I'm going to grab a couple of Wiltshire shadows just to show you. If you wanted, I'm going to stick with the grey. So if you wanted just a little, just something very soft, very gentle. Okay, nice. That is MJ48. But I'm also going to pop in something with a higher contrast. I am a bit of a high contrast boy, and this is, I suppose, taking the darkest tones in this fabric. So if you want something a little bit more dramatic. And that one is IX15. And that's that really gorgeous deep slate. Okay, moving on, let's do MS15. You got that? Lovely. Quirky vases of flowers. I think that would be awesome for dressmaking. FK74. How are we doing for time? Yeah, we've got loads. Oh, this is fun. That is fun. Love that. I'd probably put a bit of green with that. Maybe UY86. It's that jade green again. And again, when I put a great big piece on there, it's a bit like, oh, ow, that's a bit. But you know, it's all about proportion. Good to see them whipped together, isn't it, you know? Yeah. Oh, hello. It's all good. It's all good. All right. XT03. I'm surprised things like that don't happen more often, particularly when I'm in the building. Anybody who knows me will tell you how clumsy I am. I am a little klutz, I really am. That's pretty. That's really pretty. That I think you want a bit of yellow with. You want a bit of CRY16. Don't you? But you could equally well pull out the lilac. You could pull out, there's a really soft blue in there. There's a china blue. You've got a bit of that in there. Kitcheny. Lovely. Pretty bedroom. Where would that fit in your house? And NR39. And that, I think, would make the most beautiful blouse or shirt. I could imagine wearing that for sure. Really nice. With white buttons. White buttons. Gorgeous. So many lovely Liberty fabrics. We've looked at all the Liberty. There are a few Wiltshire shadows that we didn't get through, but by and large, we've gone through all of those fabrics. Thank you, by the way, for indulging me playing around with fabric this morning. It's the only chance I'll get. But it is fun to do. Lovely message. Lovely message. Floristry principles of design. Balance, contrast, dominance, harmony, proportion, rhythm. Finding which works best with using Liberty fabrics. Lorraine, who's in Devon. I think that's brilliant. Thank you for bringing that up. And you're so right. Different disciplines have rules, take that word as you want, but guidelines, support, structure that we can use. Doesn't always work, but it's always worth knowing, isn't it, how other people do things. My lovely friend Pauline Wheeler, who I know lots of you have seen on Hobby Maker and occasionally popping onto here. Pauline at heart is a paper crafter, stamper and mixed media artist. She brings a different background and aesthetic when she works with fabric. Just amazing, and combines with what we do in patchwork, but also with some of the stuff that she brings in from her other work. It's just brilliant. I love it, and I love working with people who work with or dabble with or are experienced in other areas. It's just super. I love it. Donna's got in touch to say good morning, everyone. Have a great day. You too, Donna. Have a fabulous day. One more message. Good morning, Stuart. Looking dapper as ever. Thank you. My Brother FS250 sewing machine arrives today. I am so excited. Julia, we won't get any sense out of you for the rest of the day. You will be too busy with your new sewing machine. Enjoy it, won't you? Have fun. Let us know how you're getting on. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we will be joined by Susie Duncan for her first hour in this gorgeous quilt behind me.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Now then, welcome back to Sewing Street. How are you doing? It's Friday. The weekend stretches ahead. It's lovely to have your company with us here on Sewing Street, and this hour is all about Fresh as a Daisy. Fresh as a Daisy designs on fabric, Fresh as a Daisy quilt design, and Fresh as a Daisy Susie Duncan.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
It's really good to see you. I
And you.
missed a day with you
did.
recently.
So rude.
I know, rudely being ill, but it's lovely to be back together again.
Yes, it
How are
is.
things?
Yeah, all right.
Good,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
glad.
yeah.
And this beautiful fabric
It
collection.
is stunning, isn't it? Really summery, spring-like as well, but the colours are just glorious. Really cheers up a room.
It does, and it's got that sort of painterly effect, isn't it? It looks
Yeah.
hand painted.
Yeah, that sort of watercolour brushstroke design, really scrumptious.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. And what Susie's done for us is to design a quilt and a quilt pattern which uses the panel for the centre of it, and you can see that quilt hanging behind Susie. But what Susie's also really cleverly done is to create a second panel, but this one's pieced. So if you want to use this pattern again and again, but obviously you won't have that panel to use, you might have another, of course, that's fine. But in the absence of a panel, you can do this piecing and then put the borders around as before, and you've got a whole nother quilt. That is gorgeous. I just love that. That's got sort of elements of 9-patch pizzazz. It's bringing in those different prints. And I love that, those solids in there as well. That yellow is amazing, the magenta too. Now, let me just tell you that the big panel that's hanging behind Susie on its own has sold out. The only way to get that big panel is within your bundle, and we've got two different options. So let me tell you about our two quilt options that we've got. Let's start with the pink, the magenta. So in this bundle, what you're getting are Susie Duncan's full instructions. This is for using the panel to create a quilt, and alternatively to use other fabrics to create a pieced centre and then border it. You've also got your amazing panel Fresh as a Daisy from Moda. We'll have a closer look at this in just a second. You've got a metre of coordinate. Now in this case it is this fabulous, now I would call this magenta.
Yes.
Does it have an official name?
Yeah, I think it is magenta.
A magenta, okay, great. I'll take that. That's a success. And then, just gorgeous, you've got your Fresh as a Daisy layer cake, which I will have a flick through in a second. This is a 42 piece Moda layer cake. You have got 42 beautiful 10-inch squares. Look at that one, like paint splashes, florals. You've got the most incredible stripe. Wow, wow, this is stunning. Lots of different florals, lots of different scales. That's pretty amazing. I've seen this designer's work before and absolutely fallen in love with it. I bought some for Deputy Joan, actually, of a previous collection, and just gorgeous, beautiful. So you have got your layer cake, you've got your panel, your metre of coordinate, and your pattern, $77.99. Fantastic price, absolutely brilliant. The only way you can get that panel right now. Let's pop that, that's one option. Now our second option, same elements, you've got your pattern, layer cake, panel, and then your coordinate is this gorgeous, bright, zingy sunflower yellow. Again, $77.99. Now Susie, in terms of how much fabric do we need out of our kit?
Yeah.
We need our panel, we need our coordinate.
Yeah.
How much of our layer cake are we going to use?
Well, if you're not doing the alternative centre, not very much.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll be able to make it a reversible quilt is my,
That would be nice.
my idea. So if you'd made the alternative centre and the borders twice,
Mm-hmm.
you would just about use up the whole layer cake. So you could
Amazing.
make it a double-sided quilt or make two quilts.
That'd be
Obviously
cool.
you'd have to add backing and wadding
Yeah.
to those. But I specifically wanted to make the best use I could of a layer cake because I hate having bits and bobs lying around afterwards. I've got a huge stash, as you can imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, I want to use up things. So the design used the layer cake to do the two borders. You can even do the binding with bits of layer
really?
cake
We've got
as
enough
well.
to do
You've
the
got
binding.
enough to do that if you want to.
Perfect.
But if you want to do plains, you can. In some of the alternative centre, I've used, rather than use the plain fabric, I've used some of my layer cake plains to add a different vibe. Yeah. So you can see I've made really good use of my layer cake,
Oh,
but
you really have.
you don't have to. So throughout the instructions, I have said you could use this instead.
Yeah.
You could do that instead.
Well, that's the joy of a layer cake, isn't it? You can mix and match to
Absolutely.
your heart's content.
Yeah.
Particularly with a layer cake like this, which has a lovely kind of flow from start
Yeah.
to finish, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There isn't a point where you think, okay, I'm at the end of the blues, and now I'm onto the pinks,
Yeah.
and now I'm onto the reds, you know, which this you could just flow right through.
Yeah, this was probably the easiest layer cake I've ever had to subdivide colour-wise and
Nice.
design-wise, because normally you
Nice.
spend half a day
Yeah.
trying to sort out in your head what's going to work where. This one, it was really quick.
So
really
basically,
quick.
throw it on the floor, roll on it, whatever sticks to your clothes, use that. That's how I do it, Susie. Always have.
I wonder why you wore Velcro.
Whatever I wear, just fabric sticks, thread sticks.
Oh,
Are you
tell
with
me. Oh, yeah.
I love it. Such an easy layer cake to use. A beautiful design as well. I love Susie's idea for making a reversible quilt or two quilts. You could also even use some of these blocks and create patchwork to extend the
Yes,
quilt.
absolutely.
So keep your panel, keep your borders, but then add some extra blocks. You'll need to add some extra solids, of course, from your stash perhaps. You could use some ivory or white if you want to lighten the whole thing. Use some more colour if you want. But this is your starting point. Absolutely beautiful. Now then, those are our 2 options for the big quilt. We've also got a smaller panel, which I'm loving.
It is beautiful and such fun because you can use it for so many things.
Oh.
I mean, it'll make you a pocket on an apron if you just do one strip of it. You could substitute a block within the alternative centre with parts of it.
You really could.
Yeah,
you really could.
It's just great.
This to me, now, oh dear, this hasn't been cut properly. This isn't a panel. Someone's just cut half a metre.
Have I got mine?
Have
Let
you
me
got
see.
yours?
Let me see if I've still got mine.
Oh, we've got an image.
I did have mine, it's disappeared.
Oh, I see. It's not a panel. It's
No,
not
it's
a
a
panel.
half a metre.
Oh, it's not a panel.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Right, let me show you then. Okay. What I love about this is that you'll get it. It's almost like a painter's sketchbook.
Yeah, the swatch cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they've divided up the page and they're like, oh, look, this one, I'm going to create this. This is my little 10-minute painting. This is my little vignette that I'm going to work on. I love that you've got some that are monochrome.
Yeah.
I love that you've got some which are colourful. You're getting a half a metre cut here. So what you must expect is that some of your designs are going to be cut through.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter because, say for example, you were using a horizontal strip, so perpendicular to the selvage,
Yep.
or parallel to the selvage, sorry, as a pocket piece.
Yeah.
You're going to have seam allowance anyway, so you're going to lose some of the design.
Yeah.
But then you could do a double seam in between each of those little blocks, and that would create you 3 little pockets.
Oh,
And
how
you
clever.
could put that on the outside
So,
of a bag,
yes,
or on the
I see what
outside
you-
of a
what you're talking about here.
an apron, anything like that, or even use it to make like a roll up to put your brushes in and your
Yeah.
pencils if you're an artist,
Yeah.
anything like that. So I think that is a really useful
I like that.
addition to the collection.
I like that very much.
It's
I like
really
that.
pretty.
Well, most of you actually who are going for this are going for at least a metre. You're going for 2 units because this isn't a panel, it's multiple. You know, you'll get it in a continuous cut. It'll be cut off the bolt for you. So one of our customers has gone for 6 units, 3 metres. That's going to look incredible.
Curtains.
Yeah, oh, curtains would be amazing. I wonder if that's what that customer's thinking.
For 6 metres.
3 metres.
Oh,
6
3
units.
metres.
Yeah. Wow. I like it a lot.
Or a blind. You know, Roman
blind
blind.
would be gorgeous.
Roman blind would look amazing.
But I really love your idea about actually using a strip as a pocket panel. You get some Advent panels like that, don't
absolutely,
you?
yeah.
Where it's literally kind of
Well, I was thinking of my allotment
one row.
of making a panel to hang on the back of the shed door with the pockets for the seeds in it.
That's a great idea. What about using some of your Wiltshire shadow from the last hour to create your pocket tops?
Yes.
Or your linings with
And
a
the
little bit
backing.
just showing
Yeah.
on the right side.
Yeah, and you can use up what you've got left of your layer cake to do your bindings.
Yeah, loving it. Absolutely loving it. Now, before we
Brilliant.
begin demos, we do have instructions for Susie's quilt on their own. Remember, this is a multi-pattern because you've got instructions to create a quilt using a panel. That could also be a really large scale print, like one of your CAFE prints, really large scale with added pieced borders. You could, if you bought the last collection from Tilda, that would also work. That was very, very large scale.
Yes, it was, yeah.
And I did almost a sort of 9-patch pizzazz with that. That would work really well with this pattern. Okay, make me one.
Okay. Might not make it all. Might not make it all.
Show me how.
So there are 2 blocks in the alternate centre. I'm not going to show you how to cut a panel because you can all cut with rulers, but what I will say is when you do cut your panel, printing is never straight, so don't expect the blue border on the panel to be dead straight because it won't be. So use something as a guide to keep your ruler against, and then you'll get at least a straight, because at the end of the day, by the time you finish stitching, you've thrown it around and had it on your lap, you're not going to notice 1/2 millimetre or 1/8 of an inch here and there, because that's the nature of quilting. So I'm going to concentrate on looking at the alternate centre panel, and I'm just going to quickly show you how I cut a 10-inch square economically to create my borders, because I am all about tessellating and economics, because I will save the scraps. So let's start with the first one. Now I've called these a frayed 4-patch and a double 4 block. So the frayed 4-patch is quite an easy one to do. You just need to organise your fabrics so you've got 2 colourways, and you want those, they're going to be your diagonals. So I've cut mine into 3-inch squares already.
Those fabrics are just beautiful,
They
aren't
are lovely, and they work so beautifully together. However you mix them up, it doesn't really matter how you place them, they all seem to work really well. So whenever I construct a block, I always lay it out, and then I can faff about and move things around and position things if I wanted to, make sure they're all facing the same way if that's important. Some of them are directional, so you might want to think about that. To me, quilts doesn't really matter because no one thinks about it when they put it on them, do they? They just
I always
go
think
for it.
with like a bed quilt, we spend all this time getting everything going this way, and then as soon as you're in the bed and pull up, everything's upside down. Yeah. So it depends if you're hanging it, are you putting it on the back of a sofa?
Absolutely.
I'm rarely. A stripe, maybe.
Yeah, but I also think you don't think about when you cover yourself up, you're more concerned with covering yourself up to get warm. So you don't faff about with.
I've usually got Mrs. Mills latched to my side, keeping at least that spot warm, Susie.
See, that sounds wrong because that was my maiden name.
Oh gosh, really? Oh, Mrs. Mills is my Burman. She's nearly 20.
Well, I have a Hendrix.
My side. A Hendrix.
I have a Hendrix, and that's not of the liquid variety. He is actually a very big Vizsla.
Oh.
Yeah.
A big what?
Vizsla, Hungarian Vizsla.
Oh, yeah.
Huge.
Gorgeous.
He thinks he's a human.
Of course.
Thinks he's a human, yeah. Anyway, so all I'm going to do now I've laid it out, is stitch those at a 1/4 inch. And you can chain piece, but the reason I keep it laid out is because when I'm chain piecing, I don't know about you, Stuart, but my mind's going all over the place, and invariably I'll forget which bit goes where, or I'll do something upside down. So if I keep it sewing in the order it's laid out, then there's less chance, she says, that I'll do anything incorrectly.
Yeah, there's a time and a place, isn't there? And chain piecing isn't faster if you have to unpick half of it.
No, exactly. So, and I also, this is a really quick panel to put together because you're doing 6 of each block. So actually it's not as onerous as it looks. You could easily make this quilt, if you use just the panel, you can easily make this in the day. If you're going to use the alternate, then definitely you can make it in 2 days. It's not massive.
So a nice quilt we can make in a weekend.
Yeah, perfect for a beginner as well, because it's not too onerous on the cutting. It's all squares and rectangles. There's no half square triangles, so you haven't got any worrying about cutting on the bias.
No, easy matching too.
Absolutely.
Now
And
the
with
instructions for Susie's quilt
Yeah.
are on screen. You can get the instructions on their own. Brilliant design for absolute beginners. Also a brilliant design if you want one of those quilts that you can use with a large scale print, a layer cake, your stash too, and scraps. Something that you can make in a weekend. It's ticking a lot of boxes for me.
Yeah, I think it's a good one to
Great.
use.
Now, I do just need to let you know
So-
as well that the fabric by the ½ metre that has all of the smaller panels, the smaller rectangles on, is getting seriously in danger. Well, more than 60% of the stock has gone. The rest of it and more is in baskets. So if everyone checks out, we haven't got enough. So if you've got some in your basket now, please check it out. I don't want you to be disappointed. It is such a joyful, fresh palette. And I think as well, if you buy a ½ metre of this or more, and then go to your scraps and start pulling all of the fabrics that go with, you have got a gorgeous scrappy project with some fabulous focus there as well. Sorry, Susie.
No, you're
I
fine.
don't want people to miss out on that. It's so
No,
lovely.
it's good. So all you've missed.
Oh, do you want me to press?
Oh, yes, go for it. Just thank you.
Thank you.
So nice to have an assistant.
Definitely.
See, that's where the Vizsla falls down. He's not a good assistant.
Oh, no, you see, useless.
He is
Good at
useless.
cuddles, bad at ironing.
Yeah, rubbish at ironing. So with the middle, because it's a 4-patch, all I'm doing is I've pressed them both towards the darker fabric. So because they're opposite ways, they nest really well together.
Fab.
So I usually just put a little clip in there just to hold it while I whiz that seam. I was saying so fast the other day that I actually got the thread, don't know how I did it, completely figure of 8 round my 1/4 inch needle. It was
But that
just,
stopped you in a hurry,
yeah, words were said.
were they?
Yeah.
Well, what happens in the sewing room stays in the sewing room, I always say.
It does.
Do you want that
Except
seam
mine's got
open or one side?
open, please, would be
Open, yeah,
lovely.
no
Thank
worries.
you. So with the top and bottom, what I've done is press them both towards my left, and then this one, once we've sewn these side panel pieces on, we're going to press it to my right.
Okay.
So they're opposing. So
Yep.
that again, when you come to put the rows together, the seams will nest nicely. I'm not a big fan of dictating which way people press unless it does make a difference. But usually your fabric tells you, doesn't it, which
We were
way.
having the same conversation yesterday,
Were you?
Susie. I agree with you, yeah. Yeah.
And people think I'm mad when I say the fabric tells me which way it wants to go. It's like, yeah, really? But it
I
does.
always say
It
fabric
does.
tells me what it wants to be.
Yes, absolutely it does.
What kind of quilt, what
Yeah.
kind of bag.
Yeah, and you can, when you look at a piece of fabric, do you get images in your head? It's like,
straight
yes,
away.
that's so going to work.
Or
for that.
occasionally so not.
Yeah.
And then, but it's very rare.
Yeah,
It's very rare that a fabric has nothing to say to me.
yeah.
Of course, it is the first day of the Harrogate Quilt Show today.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah, Northern Quilt Show, Great Northern Quilt Show. So if you're going there, safe journey, have a wonderful time. Give my regards to Harrogate,
Yeah,
won't
I
you?
normally go to that.
Me too.
Couldn't do it this year. So these, we need to press that away, please.
Including this one, all going
Hang on,
that way,
we're going that way because then my flowers be the right way up. So these all that way.
Yep, no worries.
Thank you very much, Liz. It's really weird having an assistant.
Sorry, I'm just holding you back now, aren't
No,
I?
it's fine because I'll get this one ready. So the 4-patch idea on the other one, or shall we finish one before we won't confuse everybody. There you go, we're here. Super speedy. So these ones, as we said, because we've pressed them in opposite directions, look, everything lies perfectly flat
Gorgeous.
and matches, which is what we want.
And this is what everyone should be aiming for too, isn't it? Where your seams just line up.
Yeah.
If you cut accurately, you piece accurately, you press as you go,
Yeah.
there shouldn't be any pulling, twisting, cajoling.
No, extra steaming, bit of best press, all of that business. That might happen to start with, but I always check my 1/4 inch. However, I've got a few machines at home. They all run differently. They all have different feet.
Yeah.
But however many times I've used the machine, I always do a test 1/4 inch run before I start.
Such good advice.
Because you never know. Sometimes, you know, everything has its down day, doesn't it? Everything slips slightly. We all get the odd wrinkle and what's it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's always worth double checking everything before you start.
Yeah.
As you replace your needle, because I always do that as well. Every new project, new needle.
Great. Yeah, it's good advice. And don't ever think, you know, that, well, some people are just good, aren't they? Some people seem to just line up, mine don't. You know, it's a bit like, you know, when, I don't know, it's tempting, isn't it, when somebody goes to a piano and plays a piano, go, oh, you're so talented, you're so musical, you know, I just wasn't born that way, I'm just not gifted like that. And it's like, actually, this is years and years of practice. This is constantly, you know, and like you just said, and I do the same, I'm always checking my 1/4 inch seam allowance, and that's after 30 plus years. I still don't trust myself to just do it.
No, you don't, and well, I'm not very trusting of most things, but I just like to know that I've done everything I can to make it accurate. I mean, anyone who is going to criticise a seam that's 1/8 of an inch out is not worthy of receiving the quilt. There we go.
Gorgeous.
Not bad.
How can I press that for you?
However you like.
Okay, no worries.
It's up to you. So that then makes one of your blocks. So you're going to repeat that 5 more times to make 6 in total.
So that's just a great block to have in your sort of, you know,
stash.
In your block keeper.
In your block keeper.
In your block keeper.
Perfect for a block keeper.
Yeah.
So this next one, the 4. Now this is where I thought I'd show you how I cut my fabric.
That's a pretty piece of fabric.
This reminds me of a dress I had, or my sister had. One of us had a dress in this. I'm sure we did.
Oh, as a child?
Yeah, I'm sure we did.
It's lovely. Right,
she'll be on the phone now saying,
Another top tip as well, if I can just interject.
Yeah, please do.
Whenever I make one block, I always measure it.
Absolutely.
Just to see if I'm on form.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it should come up at, you're going to trim it to 10.5 inches.
Okay.
So what I do is make them and then do it. But I always do a test piece in some scrappy fabrics.
Yeah.
Because it's a good way of using up your scrap stash as well. But I always try and do a test piece. Now, when you come to do the 4 block, what I did with the piece was have 2 different fabrics in the block, but you don't have to. You can have both the same, because within your layer cake you've got 2 of everything.
Oh, great.
So you could double it up if you wanted to, because you're going to cut a 5.5 inch square, so obviously you can't cut 2 out of 1 block.
Got you.
At one piece. So the first thing I did was, not with a clip, because
I've just noticed that now.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So it's this block right here that we're talking about, this one here. And I mean, I love anything that's divided on the diagonal, don't you?
Yeah, I just think it makes your eye flow through the quilt when you've got a line to follow.
Yeah, agreed.
But I did the other thing I did with the design, and there were loads of turnings around of blocks. I did it so that those diagonals followed, if you like, top left to bottom right.
One way, yeah.
But the rest of the diagonals in the other block went the opposite way. So that you've got this cross almost going on, but you can move the blocks around. I mean, mine is just an idea. You can go with the flow.
It's
what suits you.
There's lovely movement in that quilt because of that diagonal, but it's something you can play with, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, mine's only a suggestion. So I'm going to cut a 5.5 inch strip to start with.
And that's through 2 layers?
I've cut my 2 at once, yes. And then I'm going to turn it round and going to cut another 5.5 inch, and that gives me my 5.5 inch square that I need. Okay, so that's that bit done. then I would need some 3-inch squares, and I need 4 of each one. Do I need 4 of each one? I need 2 of each one. What am I talking about? So there isn't 6 inches there, so it makes sense to use this because that leaves me a bigger piece to play with for something else. So I cut a 3-inch strip, which again leaves me a bit that I can use for a border, extra border if I wanted to, and then I subcut this one down to my 3-inch squares.
So I see what you're doing here. You're trying to keep as large a piece of intact fabric. If it's going to be scrap, in inverted commas, it's going to be the biggest piece or the longest piece it can be.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
So all of that is spare, and all of that I then incorporate into the border if I want to.
Binding,
but you don't have
whatever.
to. Yeah.
Great.
Yep. So we've got our pieces of this, and I've gone ahead and cut the squares of the magenta as well, and I think this really makes everything else pop.
It's so zingy.
And again, you can mix and match. I mean, I've chosen in the original pattern to put like with like, but if you want to, mix it up. Do it different, doesn't matter.
Well, you've got to lay it out, haven't you?
Yeah, play around with it. You can just see if you prefer that rather than have it all the same. But do all this before you stitch it together, because you don't want to be unpicking seams from a day. This way, having them together makes it more of a block either corner. But I'll do the alternate so you can see how that goes on this time. So you start by making your 4 patches the same as we did before. That's the easiest way to do these. So I'm just going to make a series of 2 4 patches you're going to do for the block. How are we doing on time? We're fine.
So again, this is a lovely easy sew, isn't it?
It is,
4
absolutely.
patches.
Yeah, it's nothing onerous about this at all. And even the cutting's not particularly tricky because everything's the same size.
Yeah.
So you're not cutting bits and bobs.
Susie, can I ask
You
your advice
may.
about something? When you're creating a quilt like this,
Yes.
do you make a bunch of blocks and then start deciding how they lay out, or do you cut everything up, lay it all out on the floor or on a design wall before you sew a single seam? Or a mixture?
So I decide on the blocks that I want to use. I have, like you said, you look at something and you think that needs such and such with it. So I look at that, and then from there I will create a design on paper, and then I'll do a practice block out of scraps of both the blocks, and from those I will then start twirling them around and moving them about. Then once I'm happy that yes, that's going to work, I then cut everything.
Okay, and you cut everything for the whole quilt?
Absolutely everything, yeah. I cut everything out first, and then I'll have them, like I come to studio, everything's clipped with a label on it, and I'll make all of that block.
Yeah, and do you lay out all your cut pieces to decide what colour's going to go where, or kind of do you make your blocks and then play with them?
I look at the colourways as I'm sorting out the layer cake.
Yeah.
So I know I need 6 of those. So I'll sort of say, okay, so I've got my 6 pieces, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1. And then I'll say, right, well, that one wants to be pinks, that one wants to be yellows.
Gotcha.
And then I'll arrange those, bring in the second type of block and do those. So yeah, there's a lot of faffing about goes on before I start.
But it's what brings a pleasing design, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's always interesting to hear, isn't it, how different designers create their designs and create the balance in their quilts.
Yeah.
You tell me, towards the purple.
Yes, please,
Yeah.
darling. Thank you. Yeah, and it's... But again, once I've made the blocks, sometimes I'll just move them around again, because you think, well, actually, if I invert that block, it'll run through the rest of the quilt better, and you'll get a nice flow.
Yeah.
So it's not cast in stone, and I do sometimes move things around colour-wise, but I generally have in my head the sort of colour variations I'm looking for, which makes it a lot easier than, because I don't have a huge amount of floor space that isn't Vizsla accessible.
Gotcha, understood now that you know what the Vizsla is. And I suppose as well, it's about getting to know your fabric, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sitting down and, you know,
Absolutely.
never think that when you're sitting there just thumbing through your layer cake, that you're just playing with it, and you shouldn't really be doing that. It's a guilty
absolutely
pleasure.
not.
Enjoy it, and
No.
also you're getting to know the fabrics.
Yeah.
And you'll know how to use them.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to know how they feel as well, and how within a layer cake different patterns work up against each other as
that's
well.
very true.
Because although they're a collection in their own right, they may not necessarily, when they're put together in big spaces, look as great.
Right.
Or they need a plane
Yeah, that's where the
to
solids
just
come in, isn't
break
it?
it up, because sometimes you can have too many designs against each other,
Yeah.
and your eye doesn't know where to look.
Right.
But yeah, I love the fabric sort is the bit for me that takes quite a while, because I just love that process.
Rightly
Are you still my
Yeah, of course I
presser?
will.
Thank you, darling.
Any direction or...
Whatever you feel like.
Yeah, no problem.
They've actually come out okay. That's not bad.
Where's there surprise in your voice?
After the last few weeks, anything's a surprise, isn't it? It's
Yes,
just,
it is.
oh,
Yeah.
crazy world.
Lovely though to have a soothing project
Yeah,
that perhaps
absolutely.
isn't too onerous, good word. You know, just for that soothing sewing.
Yeah, and sometimes we do need that. We need something that isn't difficult. I mean, you might have your best friend's birthday coming up, and you've forgotten to buy them something. Now, with soaring, I don't like to be political, but with soaring energy prices, make them a quilt. You'll be their best friend forever this winter if
Yeah.
you're going to help cut down their heating price.
Yeah.
I think everyone should be making quilts. That's the answer to the energy crisis.
Well, I mean, definitely having that stash of quilts or those fabrics to make quilts, you know, this is a good time, isn't it? It's a good time of year
Absolutely.
anyway to be making quilts.
It is,
for
yeah.
extra coziness.
And I think they make a lovely gift for somebody,
Yeah, they do.
including yourself. Because somebody asked me this week, I had some friends round for a bring and share supper. It was our book group I belong to. And they said, did I make the cushions that were in the lounge, and did I do this? I said, no, actually, I've made loads of things, but there is not one thing in our house that I have made, because I don't have time to make my own things.
Oh, okay.
I give them away. Everything I
Right.
make gets given away.
Huh.
So, which they were really shocked at.
Yeah.
And I felt really disappointed in myself for not achieving that. But then I thought, but I've given pleasure to all those
Yeah.
people I've given them to.
Yeah, absolutely.
So my big promise to myself is that this winter I will make myself a quilt and keep it.
Really?
Yeah.
First one.
First one, yeah.
I've got some other friends like that who've done exactly the same. They have made wedding quilts, engagement quilts, birthday quilts. They haven't made a quilt for themselves yet. And I keep wanting to say to them, stop, you must make yourself a quilt. You must enjoy
Yeah.
the fruits of your labours.
Yeah, so it is on the cards.
Never had that
definitely.
problem in my house. I've got lots and lots and lots of quilts.
Yeah, I'll just give them all away.
There's a pleasure in that though too, isn't there?
There is, yeah. That or they are used as samples, so
Yeah.
they can't really be thrown around the house.
No.
But I will get there.
Biggest quilting triumph, Susie?
Sorry?
Biggest quilting triumph?
Oh,
What's the thing you've made that you're most
I
pleased
think
or
the
thrilled
compass
about?
block quilt.
Yes.
That was when I opened the box and
Yeah.
that had been sent, I was like,
Yeah.
never, I'm
Yeah.
not capable.
Put the kettle on.
Yeah.
That
No,
was
I think it
amazing,
was more,
wasn't it?
could I actually have a gin and tonic?
That was amazing.
It was, yeah, and not as difficult as I thought, so yeah. You
And
can,
sometimes you're in the mood for that. And sometimes
Yeah.
you're in the mood for a 4-patch.
yes, and sometimes
Yeah.
it's just,
Yeah. Sometimes I've got the headspace, sometimes I haven't.
yeah,
Yeah.
you have to just take each day as it goes, don't
Sometimes
you?
I just need to stand and do a bit of ironing. Oh, that looks lovely.
It does look good. I like
that.
the odds.
Yeah.
I like that.
Just going to bring that over just so you can see
Yeah.
that block that we've made.
Yeah, it's
Two-person
good.
quilts.
Oh, no, it's good. It's
When
good.
it's in Festival of Quilts next year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what's great is that's how easy those 2 blocks are.
Fantastic.
And you're just going to repeat that to make 6 of each, which
Shall I
is
pop that over this side with the
perfect.
other?
So all I was just going to quickly go through is how I cut the top and bottom.
Oh, just before you
yes, please do.
I need to let you know the panel on its own is now available again. We've managed to find some stock. Let me show you the panel so you can see what it is. Sorry to interrupt,
No,
but
no,
this
it's
is
fine.
I've been waiting, chomping. So this is the panel. It is beautiful, and I didn't realise actually that first border, that blue border,
Yeah, it's
isn't
part of it.
pieced. It's part of
Yeah.
the panel itself. So you get that. Absolutely beautiful.
You see, you could even just use that as a tablecloth, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could. You
beautiful.
Could. Or hem the edges,
Yeah.
tab tops and hang it off a pole.
Yeah, beautiful summer. See, that could go in my display window.
Yeah, really lovely. So that is the panel. Now I just want to remind you as well that we've got some kits available. Now within that kit, you've got first option, which is yellow. So very, very popular, this one. You're getting your full panel. You're getting your metre of gorgeous, glorious sunshine yellow. That's a little bundle of joy, isn't it? And then you're also getting your fabulous Moda layer cake, 42 10-inch squares. It is from Moda. It's called Fresh as a Daisy, and it is just painterly and beautiful. And then you're getting your full instructions from Susie Duncan for effectively not 1 but 2 quilts. You've got how to make the panel up, but then you've also got that alternate centre. Make a double-sided quilt, add borders, just use it to your heart's content. The other option that we've got is the magenta. So in that one, in that version, you've got your Fresh as a Daisy panel, you've got a metre of magenta cotton solid, you've got your layer cake, again Fresh as a Daisy, and your full instructions for the quilts, both quilts, double action there, for $77.99. But don't forget that panel also available. So you might actually want to make Susie's quilt and then have a panel to make a second project, maybe with your
Absolutely.
leftover layer cake.
Or cushions.
Cushions would be beautiful.
Yeah, cushions
don't
to
be
add to
afraid
it.
to cut up a panel.
Yeah.
Cut that
Shopping
up
bag.
into rectangle pieces,
Yeah.
rejoin it with
Absolutely.
sashings.
Yeah, that would look
Shopping
really
bags
good.
Be nice.
Yeah, shopping bags would be really good for this, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
Where are we at?
So the borders, so what I did with the borders, again, you have the option of using some of your plain if you want to, prefer to. I used the plain straight away, and then I've used 2 different border designs from the layer cake. I deliberately set aside the spot and the stripe for the outer one because it just sort of pulled everything in together.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
love those 2.
Me too. Love that splashy spot.
And then I also went with blues, yellows at the top and bottom, and then pinks and oranges on the sides.
Like that.
So I've got a different colour scheme, but you don't have to do that. I have said how many squares you need to create the 2 borders. And again, it's just rectangles sewn together, end to end, short sides together, pressed, and then stitched as one long length. So it's not a difficult border to create. So if it is your first quilt, you're not going to be worried about
Right.
that stage, because that, isn't going to spoil it if
No,
you don't
and
get it
also
right.
there's nothing that needs to sort of match up. So
No,
if you need
there's
to
no
trim your
seams to
borders a
match.
little shorter
Yeah.
or a little longer, you've got that option. It doesn't spoil the
Absolutely.
design.
And the way I've calculated the lengths means that there is no seam matching
Hurrah!
when you come to put the two borders together.
Susie, you're spoiling us.
Well, you've had a bit of
Spoiling
seam
us.
matching to do on there, so
Yeah, we've
you
had
know.
enough now.
So the top and bottom is you need 2.5 by 3.5 rectangles. So the easiest way to do it is to cut two 3.5 inch strips. If you've got your stripology, then obviously
Oh, I'm liking the
you
maths
can
here.
work it
3.5
out.
and 3.5 is 7.
7, that's right.
And then you've got a 2.5
and
inch
then
strip
you've
at
got
the
a
end.
2.5 inch strip at the end.
So we've literally got the tiniest
you have
half inch.
exactly a minute amount, which I have used.
Oh, stop. What have you used it for?
I used it, what did I use it for? I needed something the other day and I just used it as an edge on a Quilt As You Go project. I needed just a little bit. So I even save things like that. I'm
Agreed.
really
Well, I'm
sad.
thinking as well, you could, if you sprayed batting
Yeah.
with 505, you could lay those strips on
Yeah.
top, overlap them a bit, and then you could
Absolutely.
free motion quilt
Yeah.
or machine
anything
quilt.
like that. Yeah. You always find a use for something. Never throw anything
Don't
away.
throw them away.
So these are at 3.5, so these have got to be at 2.5. So again, at home I would probably use my
There is so
shape
much
cut or
value in this
stripology.
kit. So much value in this kit. You're getting that layer cake of 42 inch squares. You're getting your pattern, which you can use in so many ways.
Yeah.
You're getting your solid, you're getting your panel. I mean, it's just fantastic. I love the value here and all the inspiration and the fabrics. My goodness me, I want the layer cake just because I want the layer cake as well. I want leftovers.
Yeah, if you want to make the quilt bigger, there is enough in the layer cake to extend the quilt
Yeah.
itself.
Just add some solids, do
Just-
some piecing.
Yeah. If you start with your panel and then instead of do your first border, but then there you go, that's that one done, and then I've got that little bit left over.
But again, it's a big chunk. It's
It
a small
is.
piece, but it is a chunk.
It is,
So
yeah.
it's usable.
Yeah, it's usable. I can use it for all sorts of things. And then the side borders are just an inch longer. They're still 2.5 inches, so you can get 4 cuts across for your 2.5s, and then 2 lots of 4.5, so that's your 9 inches, which gives you an inch left at the bottom, which I'm
Great.
sure you can use for something.
Definitely.
But it's maximising your layer cakes, but I can show you how much I've got left. So bear in mind, I've done this,
and that.
demo, everything. I've still
One layer
got
cake.
all of these left.
Look at that piece of fabric. Let me just.
So I've got enough here to piece. I know, it's so cool.
So
Ink splots.
cool.
Love it.
So cool.
I've got enough here to piece together extra borders or another block.
Yeah.
I could make cushion covers
you
from
could.
this. So I've in effect got a double quilt made from one layer cake and the metre of fabric, which is
Brilliant.
absolutely brilliant. I'm just
Brilliant
going to add my
stuff.
wadding.
It's really clever stuff. I love it.
Cool.
I love it.
So that's
Oh, Susie. You do spoil us.
well, and we've done it in record time as well. How do we
Jane-
do that?
I know. Jane's got in touch to say, morning Stuart and Susie, could you strip piece and subcut some of the pieces? I'm yet to make a quilt.
Well, yes, because what you could do your different design if you wanted to. You can do your 4 patches strip piece. It's a bit. I think it's more work strip
I think
piecing
so.
a 4 patch.
Because it's only one.
Yeah.
You only want one 4 patch in those
But
colours.
you could easily strip piece on a 10 inch, but you won't get very many. That's
No.
the only thing with strip piecing with a layer cake. But if you wanted to extend the sides and the base so it makes a bigger quilt, you could just stitch layer cakes together
Yes, yes, you could.
and make a 10 inch extra width. So that would make the quilt then an extra, what was it? comes up at around 39 by 50 inches once it's
that's
bound.
a nice size.
So if you then add in a layer cake, you'd probably end up with around 55 inches by 60 inch quilt, which is a pretty big quilt.
It is. I'm thinking as well, you could cut the layer cake squares in half, so you've got a 5-inch by 10-inch strip, sew them end to end and create a 4.5-inch finished border that would go around the edge.
Absolutely.
So that adds an extra 9 inches to the quilt.
It does, yeah.
Still in proportion as well. Loads of options.
There are loads of options, and that's the great thing about using a layer cake. You think it's quite narrowing because it's a 10-inch square, but because you can cut it down, and what I love about the Moda layer cake is on the reverse of the packaging, they show you how many pieces you can get of different sizes. So if you want to come up with your own plan for a different border, you know how much you can get out of your layer cake. So you know before you start what you can do. So you can just change the borders up. You can add in another plain layer if you didn't want to patterned layered here, switch them and break it up that way.
It's a really good point.
Yeah.
It's a really good point. I wonder if I can just, can I just squeeze on a little bit? I'm just going to have a little flick through the layer cake. Just beautiful. No, I agree, and I'll be honest with you, Susie. On the sly, layer cakes are my favourite pre-cut.
Yeah.
If I'm to use it, they offer so many possibilities. Yeah. This is just heavenly fabric, isn't it?
I just love this.
I know, me too. Me too. But it's gorgeous.
Because it's got all these colours in it, and it's so fab, isn't it? You can use it with loads of different plains that you've got in your stash as well.
Plains, Wiltshire Shadow, you could use this with batiks.
The Emily Bells, any of those.
Bell, that would be lovely. You can really mix and match. That's a bit of autumn, isn't it?
Really
absolutely gorgeous. So you get 2 of each fabric then?
2 of each one, and you've got it in different colourways. You don't necessarily get a plain mottled like this in all of the colourways, and the designs vary slightly because of where they're cut, but I love the palm leaf one. I think it's just glorious.
Really stunning.
But I love the fact that each piece has got extra detail to it. It's not just a daisy on a background. There's ink splots. There's almost like raindrop effect. It is
the amount of
beautiful.
work that's gone into designing this range of fabric.
It's
absolutely stunning. This one reminds me of that kind of, when you throw salt onto
the salt
wet dyed fabric.
Yeah. See, that to me is rainforest.
It really is. Yeah. I just need the remnants of this layer cake in my stash. Just because I know, pop it in my car, would you? There's a love. I know. Oh, look at that.
But you could fussy cut these when you're cutting your blocks. If you wanted to, you can fussy cut to give those beautiful floral elements in the squares.
Remember, folks, you're getting this whole layer cake in your kit. You're getting Susie Duncan's fabulous instructions to make not 1 but 2 quilts inspired by this range. You're also getting a metre of solid, which you'll need for either design, and then you're also getting your panel. That central panel. Susie's made one suggestion for how to use it, but there are so many different creative ways you can use that panel. $77.99 is a brilliant opportunity to get all of these different elements, and then if you want to, do your own thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Be inspired.
Yeah. With the blocks that make up the alternative centre, because they're 10.5-inch unfinished sizing, so if I just grab one, you could make an extra one of each as a coordinating cushion cover, and then you can just add a border to it to get the size cushion, whatever cushion you're doing, and that makes an extra part of the gift, or just finishes your room decor off if you're going to use it within your own room. So and you've easily got enough fabric in there to do that.
Perfect. Music to my ears. Absolute music to my ears. Quick question. Morning, Stuart and Susie. Could you please hold up the Daisy Multi ½ metre again, please?
So that's the one you've got there.
This is the one right here. Of course I will. Of course I will. So what you're getting is a ½ metre cut. There are 17 units left in the whole company. There are 25 in baskets.
It's going to be a fight.
Susan, I know you messaged in earlier on for that. Really sorry, we missed that message. Hope you're still watching. So there you go. Now remember, it's a ½ metre cut, so some of your images will be cut into on the sides. We can't say that the cutters will go straight down the middle. This is why I would recommend you buy a metre, so that you've got enough, so that if there are some images cut into, you've still got more than enough for what you're thinking. I always think it's worth, any special fabric, it's always worth having a bit more than you think you want.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, with
15
that
units
size,
left.
you could actually cut round one of the print pictures, you know, and put it into a frame.
That's
and
a
just
lovely
have it
idea.
as a picture.
Card
Or you could
makers.
embroider over it. It's a great size to practice doing embroidery stitching over the top and adding a little bit of bead detail, and put it in a box frame without a glass front or with a glass front, it's up to you. And that would make, again,
That's
a
a
great
gorgeous
addition
idea.
to your home, or a gift for somebody as well.
Really lovely. 9 of these left now. It's going to sell out. What about making them up into little lavender bags?
Yes.
With a plain back, little loop, dried
Perfect.
lavender inside.
Yeah.
Now, another of our heroes in this hour, as if Susie Duncan wasn't hero enough for anybody. We've got that gorgeous panel. It's sold out on pre-order. We've managed to cajole and finagle and bamboozle
What they mean is they've tidied up the cupboard.
a few more. Shush, shush. Don't reveal your super panels. I'm going to let you know we've got 32 of these left. There aren't many at all. There aren't many at all. Lots and lots and lots of these in baskets.
They're just so super.
Great to layer and quilt, hand quilt, machine quilt. You could embellish. So much you could do. Thanks, I've ordered a metre. That was Susan who asked me to hold it.
Yeah.
Well done, Susan.
Yes,
I think a
excellent.
metre's the way to go with that fabric.
It is. Well, it gives you scope for so many things then,
It does.
doesn't it?
It really
Yeah.
does. This would be really nice as well if you've got a window that doesn't have a pretty outlook and it's not particularly, you know, you could actually hang this up almost as a sheer curtain, just hem the edges, tab tops, and pop it over the window. You could also stretch this over a wooden frame.
Yes.
Or, you know, a canvas, staple it to the back,
Yeah.
glue it to the back, and have it as a piece of art.
Just a wall hanging would be
Yeah.
absolutely glorious, wouldn't it?
So many ways. I love a panel.
Yeah, it's really
So many
useful.
creative
and
ways you
with
can use
Mothering
them.
Sunday, a way away yet, but you know, we have to
not that far.
think, well, the way the world's going, isn't
Yeah,
is
yeah,
it?
yeah.
But it's another good gift for that, or to decorate for a spring wedding.
Oh, that's a
summer
gorgeous
wedding would
idea.
look really
Imagine
lovely
that
as a
as the backdrop.
for your Instagram booth.
Yes.
There you
Get it
go.
on the gram. Get it on the gram. Oh, Susie, you're an inspiration.
Thank you.
Wonderful hour. And I am super excited. I'm just going to put it out there for your Creative Grids Masterclass coming up at 11 o'clock,
Thank
because
you.
it's all about what you do with them, isn't it?
It is.
And Susie's going to demystify some
Well,
of those rulers for us at 11.
We hope. We shall try.
Instructions, not a question. Thank you, Susie.
All right, see you
You're a
soon.
doll. Thank you.
you.
Enjoy your hour off. All right, we're going to go to a little break now. Keep going through for your panels, for your kits, and for Susie's instructions on their own, of course. What are you going to make? We're going to take a little break now. When we come back, Mark Francis will be here, and it is a brand new launch of a brand new pattern, the Mccoy Oxford Trousers. I'm excited. I'll see you after this.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard and it is fantastic having your company here today. Thanks for staying with us. Now this hour I'm super excited. Well, I'm also slightly disappointed because I'm no longer the best dressed man in the building. It's Mark Francis, everybody.
Well, thank you very much.
Morning, Mark.
Hello, how are you?
Can we give you a little hug?
Oh, are we allowed to touch now?
We are, we certainly
Oh, that's
are.
okay.
How are you?
I'm very well, I'm very well.
You're looking very elegant.
Thank you.
As always, very
Thank you.
smart and elegant. Wearing, I've got to say, a very, very beautiful pair of trousers.
I know, it's a shame you can't see them because they're below the bench.
They really
I've
are.
got-
There they are. Cock your leg up. There it is.
Donegal
Hello.
tweed.
Really?
Donegal tweed.
Nice.
Frog mouth pockets.
Okay. Tell me about some of the special features of the Mccoy, because these are Mark's brand new launch, the Mccoy trousers, Oxford trousers. Tell me about their features.
So they're a high-waisted trouser, which is really comfortable, really flattering on that. Like really elongate your legs.
Okay,
Should
I
they
need
need
that.
elongating?
Well, I said that picture of you, Mark, you look about 7 feet tall. Look.
It's just a really small door. No, it's not really. Yeah, those are made in a beautiful striped denim, and you know when you see these fabrics in the shop, you think, I'll have it all.
Absolutely.
I'll have the whole lot because it's just so gorgeous. So they've got sits on the natural waist. And since I've been wearing high-waisted trousers, then when I sometimes wear shop-bought ones on the hip, I feel uncomfortable in them now.
Yes. Cut in two.
Yeah. And
So if you've ever felt cut in two by a pair of trousers, and I'm talking to men and women here,
Yeah, these
go
suit-
higher waisted.
yeah, absolutely. And it's very fashionable as well. Well, young Harry Styles, if you want to follow these kind of people, a lot of them are wearing this higher waist.
Ben, our producer. I mean,
Yes.
talk about a fashion icon. He's a lover of the high-waisted.
And a spoon.
And a spoon. Don't tell everybody his secrets. Anyway, we're launching the Mccoy pattern today. Let me show you. Beautiful. It's a brand new pattern launch from Sew Mark Francis. It's the Mccoy trousers. Now then, your pattern size goes from a size 28-inch waist. Oh, hello. I think I was probably about 9 when I had a 28-inch waist. And then, but you know, as an adult, even when I was super skinny, I was never a 28-inch waist.
No.
I was always at 32, even borderline 33, even at sort of like 10 stone wringing wet. It goes right up though to a 48-inch waist, which is starting to sound a bit more realistic. Now, this also, of course, will work for women.
It's very much, I try to do everything, all my patterns, I try to make them so they'll work for the boys and for the girls and for anybody else who would like to wear them. So the only two things you need to measure for these are your waist and your leg length, because they're nice and relaxed fit.
So hips, we don't need to worry about.
No, there's lots of room on the trousers around the hips. Just measure your natural waist and then your outside leg.
Yep.
So from where your natural waist is down to however long you want the trousers, and then adjust the length accordingly.
Oh, perfect. And there are options as well for turn-ups at the bottom.
Turn-ups if you wish. I
Love
do.
a turn-up.
I used to have
Even though
turn-up.
it makes me look shorter, I still love a turn-up.
Is that possible?
Stop it.
I thought you were on Rebecca Reed's box.
Just tiny, there, barely there. I have to stand in front of very, very small things because otherwise I just look completely out of proportion. And also it's got some little tucks at the waist, am I right?
It does have pleats, which
Little
you can
pleats.
have. I do love a pleat on a trouser, and so I put them on. But you can have a lot of fun with the pleat. They could be, I put this in the instructions, they could be forward pleats, they could be reverse, facing backwards. You could have them as a box pleat, either way around. If your fabric allows, you could even switch it out for a gather. Wouldn't that be fun?
Okay. Can we leave the pleats out if we don't want them, or do we have to have the pleats?
It is designed with the pleats. You could hack the pattern, which is what I've done on these ones, to remove the pleat. So if you were to
Put a dart in instead.
you could put a dart in instead if you wanted.
Oh, look at me talking like a dressmaker.
I know, who'd have thought it? It's like Series 1 all over again.
I love it. I love
And belt
it.
loops too. So, I mean, I'm wearing mine with braces.
There they are.
But you can, so that's just buttons inside the waistband, or there's belt loops as well.
Yeah, smashing.
Or I had an idea, I didn't put in the pattern, but because it was too late, because it came to me too late. But you could build the braces into them. You could actually sew them onto the trousers as part of the waistband. Just have like dungaree kind of adjustable doobries.
I like options. I like with and without. I want options. What do you want? So these are a fabulous brand new addition to the Sew Mark Francis library of patterns. They are the Mccoy Oxford trousers. Now we did have a message earlier in from one of our viewers, Mark, asking, are these named after a particular Mccoy?
These are the real Mccoys. It's just like a lovely pair. So they were inspired by Sylvester McCoy in a costume piece designed by Ken True, who was a fantastic costume designer. And they are a lovely baggy trouser, so nice and loose. You're not fitting it around your bum.
Great.
You don't have to worry about in that way or fitting sort of around the crotch area.
So I
at
mean,
all. It's
perfect
nice
if
and
you're
relaxed.
going for a Carvery, because I don't know about you, but after a Carvery, the last thing I want is a tight-fitting pant. I want something that's got a bit of give. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Something that can just expand. I call them my Carvery trousers. I think you really do need that, don't you? Just that bit of give all the way around. And if you can't have that, then an elasticated waist.
I think
really
so.
is, yes. Gorgeous. I love them. I think they're really smart. You've got them in a few different fabrics as well at the back.
I've made quite a lot of these now. These are the earliest, but now I actually made these from Sewing Street fabric because I'm quite savvy with fabric. Now you'll have to excuse, I made these almost a year ago to this week. So they have been worn. So this isn't new off the sewing machine. These are a year old. I've worn them quite a lot. So one of the fabrics we have
every time
here,
I've seen you, you've been in them, so I can attest to that.
But these also have a button fly, which if you're thinking, oh, it's trousers, I don't know, it's complicated, it's a zip. No zips. I mean, you could change it out for a zip if you wanted, but you've got a lovely button fly, which I'm going to demonstrate very soon. And you've got slant pockets here, and you can have fun with fabric inside the pockets if you wanted to. If you've got some fat quarters left over, a bit of liberty in the pocket.
That would be beautiful.
It would, wouldn't it? And then inside, well, it's nothing much to see inside, it's just a pair of trousers.
But it's not just a pair of trousers, it's the Mccoy.
That's very true. I've also got another one here. This is meant to add a wool. If anybody's been to the Creative Craft shows, you might have seen Jeff Rosenberg. And now I had this in my stash for ages.
Oh, that's lovely.
Isn't that gorgeous?
Really nice.
It's like a suiting weight wool. And I've actually got a hook and eye on this one, rather than as well as a button. If I just undo them, you'll see the fly. There we go. I love putting button flies in, and it's a technique you can apply to lots of other areas of clothing. If you wanted to do a hidden closure on a coat, it's the same kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a world away from a placket on a sleeve, is it really?
Exactly.
It's so if you've ever done that, I mean, sometimes I just think trouser fly just kind of brings this sort of like, oh, a bit like long division. Are you with me? You know, you just think, oh, no, I can't do that.
No one needs to do a long division.
But you're going to show us how anyway.
I am. It's not complicated.
Great, perfect. We
promise.
like the sound of not complicated. Thank you, Mark. Now we've got some fabric bundles that will work perfectly with Mark's new pattern. I'm going to grab them, and we might as well start with the denim because that's where I see these going, and certainly you did too. Let's start with the darkest. Now each of these bundles is for a 2.5 metre piece of denim. This is enough to make the largest size, so this is up to a 48-inch waist trouser. And in terms of height wise, you know, Charlie's 6'2", you're a tall chap. We're going to be able to get a long length.
You will, yes.
Good, excellent, good.
You should be able to fit 3 trouser pieces across the full width of the fabric, and then you got the other one on the next piece.
Great. Suddenly for a moment I was thinking 3 trouser pieces.
Well, like 2 fronts and a back, and then another.
Excellent. Good.
Well,
sorry.
I don't know. I mean, we're all different, aren't we?
Is showing. We certainly are, Mark. We really are. $23.99 for that, though. Gorgeous. It's a really dark denim. This is, ounce-wise, is this an 8 ounce? It's an 8 ounce, so it's a little heavier. Gorgeous. Look at that. Beautiful. This is like brand new pair of jeans, isn't it, blue?
I love using the new denim because all the jeans in the shops, they all come distressed, washed and ripped and all this kind of stuff.
Don't they?
I know, but it's terrible. But if you make it out of this, then you will find they will age naturally and to your body, to the way that you wear them.
Great. I like that.
I did send in a picture of me wearing these jeans when they were brand new. I don't know whether that's available or not, but you'll see the difference in how it's aged.
But I like what you say about how they age naturally. It's interesting how they do age jeans when they're made. It is supposed to mimic the natural aging. Next up, we've got the medium blue. Now, this is the colour that you started off with, wasn't it, a year ago when you bought your jeans? Charlie's just bought a pair of fantastically expensive jeans, which he told, they're Japanese, and he told me that the person in the shop said to him, you do not wash jeans ever.
Really? What if they're a bit whiffy?
You do not ever wash jeans. So what you're supposed to do with them, you're supposed to spot clean them and spot treat them. And to deal with like bacteria and that sort of thing, you put them in the freezer and you freeze them and then you defrost them. And that freezing process kills the bacteria, smell gone. Who knows? I've never tried it, but that's what the man in the shop said.
Will he be putting his Japanese jeans in the freezer?
He hasn't yet, but there isn't room. I'm doing a lot of baking at the moment, so, you know, freezing jeans, honestly. Anyway, this is the medium blue denim. You think you might have found a picture of Mark in his jeans?
I did send some in.
Was it with the dog?
Yes, I was with the dog.
Yes.
So that's what they look like originally.
Don't you look lovely?
That's actually in the caravan.
Is it?
It is, we're on holiday.
Caravan.
It's a caravan. Because I was actually, I wanted to make them before I went on holiday, and I was going from Sewing Street.
I remember.
Was that with your show?
You had the seams to sew. You had a couple of final seams to sew.
Well, I didn't. I didn't send them in, but there's more pictures of me kneeling on the floor in the caravan.
Held together with pegs at the back.
With pegs.
Pegs.
But I was hemming them in the caravan by hand.
Love it. Our last option in denim, again 2.5 meters, is the lightest. Lucy Pixie's got in touch. Lucy has got in touch to say, I think I'm going to stick to turning my jeans inside out when I wash them. Lucy, I think I'm going to do the same, frankly. But, however, I did hear a very, very interesting interview with a chap from America who's an expert on laundry, and he was saying we all wash our clothes far too often, far too hot a wash, unnecessarily, and he was talking about spot treating, putting things in the freezer, you know, things like that. And I found that very interesting, and I must admit I have taken some of that advice since, because, you know, when we're making our own clothes, we do want them to last as well and as long as possible. So proper care of fabrics is important, isn't it?
It is indeed, and I think I have heard this before, that we do wash clothes far too much. It's very tempting just to pop it in the laundry bin and then and
too
wash
hot.
it.
Turn the temperature down, the lowest temperature.
My
you can get
grandfather
away with.
rarely washed any clothes. My mum was disgusted, but
and in fairness, they are still talking about him in Kenilworth, aren't they?
They are.
Right, let's move on to corduroy. Mark, something about you tells me you'll love a bit of corduroy.
I do love some corduroy. I haven't made these in corduroy yet, but these bundles look beautiful.
They are gorgeous.
The black one is winking at me.
Yeah. Now, while I just get these out ready, Shyla's got in touch to say, hi Stuart, can we... Shyla, you're naughty. Can we see the top of Mark's trousers without the vest coat? I just want to see what it looks like on top with pleats. Thanks, I'm teasing. Come on, Mark,
well,
whip it out.
There we go. My microphone is on my waistcoat. These don't actually have any pleats on. I have actually removed these. And I did a bit of a pattern hack on these.
Well, I'm just going to grab this pair as well. Then,
I could quickly get changed.
You're all right. Because these ones do have the pleat, don't they?
They do.
So you can just see there's just a single pleat either side.
Now I face those forwards, so towards the centre seam.
Yeah.
But you could face them in any direction you like, really.
Yeah. Love that fabric.
eBay find.
Was it?
Very lucky. I think it's upholstery fabric, actually. But you can make clothes with upholstery fabric.
Of course you can. Of course you can.
Not
yeah.
your underwear, but you know, that might be a bit rough.
Honestly, right, so corduroy, let's do KI20, that's the lightest, like a stone colour. Oh, I remember having a pair of corduroy trousers in this exact colour when I was a teen.
A teenager?
Cream. Is it cream? Cream, yeah.
I can't imagine you as a teenager.
Can't you?
No.
Why not?
I don't know, you're like John Scott, he wasn't born till he was 40.
Well, no, it's no. I'll show you some pictures later of when I was younger.
Oh, yes.
When I was younger. In my youth. Oh, I love seeing the pictures of John too. And have you seen his gorgeous new profile picture? It's so lovely on Facebook. He's on holiday and he looks so relaxed and happy. He's back next week. We'll soon beat that out of him. Now, next up, let's do the chocolate brown. Oh, this is yummy. Absolutely gorgeous. It's so rich, isn't it? It's espresso brown. Mine's a double. Gorgeous. Ah, Maria sent a nice message. Thank you, Stuart, for your advice. Would love to have a coffee with you and a chat. You're such a clever man. Oh, bless you. I'm not. But yes, coffee.
What,
sounds
clever
lovely.
or nice?
If we clever. Oh, nice. If we horrible. If you ever see me at a show, let's have coffee. Last up in our bundle, we've got black corduroy. Again, lovely.
Do you make sure your nap goes in the same direction on your corduroy? That's the only thing to be careful of.
Just explain, if you've never worked with corduroy, what is nap?
So the nap is on corduroy is almost the same kind of thing as velvet, and the fabric will actually have a nap, and it will go. You can brush it down or up depending which way it's facing.
Like fur.
Exactly like fur, just like your dog's coat. And you can either have it going one way or the other. It doesn't really matter. It depends what look you're going for, but it's good to make sure they all go either down or up, depending on how you want the fabric to behave.
Yeah. Or the colour can look different, can't it?
It can, yes. And I have made things before where I've done a panel reversed. I mean, it's not massively noticeable, but as the sewer, you usually notice these things yourself.
You really do. You really do. So those are our bundles. We've got our pattern. We have a few other things, but we'll come to those later. I think it's time, Mark, that we saw you in action.
You want to see me in action?
I want to see how you make that fly.
Okay. Well, first of all, we're going to start off with preparing the fly pieces. Now, there are 5 of them, 3 for one side and 2 for the other. So this side here, this is for, as you wear the trousers, this is for your right side. So this is the bit that will have the buttons sewn onto it eventually. And you just sew round that curve, turn it through and overlock or zigzag the other side. You can then pop that to one side.
So is that all 2 layers, Mark?
That is 2 layers, yes.
Oh, so when you overlock or zigzag it, you're joining the 2 layers together almost like
You
it's
are.
a little...
And there's a little bit of interfacing in there as well, just to give it a bit of structure. And then you can forget that for the moment. And then these next 3 are all the same size. One of them will stay loose like that, just overlock around the curved edge
So is that a
if you
single
wish.
layer?
That's a single layer, that one.
Gotcha.
This one is a double layer, and you can see I've already started to pop the buttonholes in. So we've double layered it, sew it down the straight side, turn it round, and then overlock that edge.
So that's a bit like the first piece that you made. This bit's a bit smaller, isn't it? A bit narrower.
They will actually look, once they're sewn in, they will all layer up nicely, because you've got a seam allowance here because you're going to sew that onto the trouser in a minute. So that will disappear, and then it'll be more or less the same kind of size.
Interesting.
So let's go over to the sewing machine. Now I'm doing this live on air, so it's probably going to go wrong.
But this is quite good because this is doing your buttonholes before you've constructed the entire garment. Because there's nothing worse, is there? You've almost finished the garment.
Yeah.
You sew the buttonhole and then you mess. At least you could cut out another one of those and have another go.
Exactly. So you need 4 buttons for the fly and 1 round the waist, or you could do 2, or maybe a hook and eye, whatever you want to do on the waistband. So you're absolutely right. If this is a complete disaster, you can just recycle it and make another one.
Great.
So, so this machine, I love doing buttonholes on this. So this one plugs in onto the side here. So it actually calculates the button size automatically. I'll select the button I want, the buttonhole. Now, if you've got a clever machine, it's worth checking your machine settings for the buttonholes, because it will have lots of different options. So, needle in, and you pray to the buttonhole gods. It's working, it's working.
Great! Fantastic.
And I mark my buttonholes where I want them to go, just with a bit of chalk, or you can mark them with a funny pen. You know,
Practice on a bit of scrap fabric, yeah.
Yeah. Now, I haven't actually got my buttonhole chisel with me, I've just realised. But otherwise,
seam ripper.
that would do, wouldn't it? But it doesn't matter for now. We'll
You can leave them closed for now, can't you?
We can leave them closed for now. But otherwise, I would open up my buttonholes now. A buttonhole chisel is brilliant. It looks like a chisel, but it's really small. And you just press it in, just go pop. You hear the fabric pop almost. Or seam ripper. I'm personally not so keen on the seam ripper, but that's just a choice. So, I've cut out the fronts already. I've got 2 here, as is the tradition. There we go. And I've already overlocked these curved edges. Overlocking depends on how your fabric works and behaves and sits. Some fabrics may not need overlocking. Denim might decide to fray, so I thought I would overlock it.
Gives a lovely professional finish. If I haven't got an overlocker, what would I do instead?
Zigzag.
On a regular sewing machine?
A zigzag, yeah, or an overcasting stitch on your. So most of them will do it. Need a special overcasting foot, and it sews a zigzag round the edge of your fabric. Very clever.
Really clever.
Very clever. Or you could do a Hong Kong seam.
So bind it.
You could bind it, or you could do flat felt seams in some places, like the side of the trouser leg, or you could go rogue and leave them raw. You know,
Wow.
it's up to you, isn't it? So, we're going to first of all we're going to sew round this curve here, so round the front crotch here. So we're just going to mark it with a pin. You're going to sew up so you're overlapping with this piece here by 1 centimetre. So I'm just going to mark that with a pin, and that is because this end here will get tucked inside that seam. So we cross the machine. Oh, take your. We don't want to do any more buttonholes.
Oh no. One's enough, eh, Mark?
I think so.
Quit while you're ahead.
It's worked perfectly. There we go. So we're going to 1.5 centimetre seam allowance throughout the project.
Is that 5/8 of an inch?
5/8 of an inch in old money.
And
Depends
very
on-
much old money.
And just sew up to that point that we marked, and just give it a back stitch. If you need to adjust the fit in your trousers, a good place to do it is on the centre back seam.
Is that the rise?
Well, round your
The
bottom.
seat?
Yes.
What do they call
Well, so
that
if it's too, if your trousers are feeling as you make them too loose on the waist, you can adjust it on the centre back before you put the waistband
Oh,
on.
right, okay.
Let's get my iron, my magic iron. This one foxes me.
We just popped its leg out there.
It did. Oh, I got a dog doing that at 5:30 this morning in the garden.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Barking his head off.
Oh dear.
It's war with the neighbour's dog, it really is.
Oh.
There's a beautiful black Labrador next door, and Clark is not happy.
Oh dear. No. Bit of competition in the beauty stakes.
I think so.
Just have to give him lots of extra love.
Yeah.
It's dark in the mornings now, isn't it?
Isn't it just?
Yeah.
We wake up really early to do this, of course, not as early as you, because you live in almost in Scotland. It's so far north, isn't it?
I stay down here when we're filming, but I still get up at 4:30.
Just because you want to.
Mark, it doesn't happen overnight that or instantly that I wake up looking like this. It takes time.
Right, so we're going to work on the right side of the fly first of all. So just get this the right way around. That's going to go on that side. You can switch the instructions. I've written these for the right-handed method, but if you are left-handed or you like your trousers if you're to be the other way around, then just switch everything around to the other side.
So we can swap the fly to a left or a right opening.
It's exactly the same process. You're just working on the other side.
Fine.
That's all. So we're going to pin this piece. This is the piece that doesn't have any buttonholes. We'll pin it in place and it will sit over that join there. So it will be slightly longer.
Okay.
We need it to do that.
Oh, so we don't have to be alarmed by that?
Don't be alarmed by that
Great.
at all. That is perfectly normal.
Hi, says Joanne, who's in Suffolk. In my younger days, I laid in the... Oh, I like this. In my younger days, I laid in the bath with my jeans on, dried to shape. If I ever got them off, I had to do them up with a shoelace. Does the pattern allow for 6'10" in height?
6'10" is very tall.
6'10" is very tall.
You may need to just to check the fabric quantity, because that would be longer than the standard length of the pattern trousers.
Yes.
But that'd be just a question of cutting through the pattern and just separating it out. But you may, I'd have to look at it on to see if 2.5 would do it.
Yeah.
I can't be 100%.
Got you. Yes.
Just because it's very tall.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's just the leg, isn't it, that you would lengthen there? It's just about the fabric. Is there a line on the pattern for lengthening, or do you suggest
Well,
a
actually,
point?
to fit the pattern pieces on to the A0 sheets, I've had to put the top half on one piece and the bottom half on another, and then you just put them together.
Oh, so there's already a lengthening
There's already
line.
a split.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you
that's
just leave a
easy
gap.
enough.
Or I tend to fold, if I need to make them shorter, I tend to fold mine rather than cutting it.
Sure.
Then if I'm making it longer again, I can just unfold it.
Ah, very good.
So here we're just going to sew down to that last stitch there. So we want to go up to that point. So you could mark it with a pin if you wish. I'm just going to live life on the edge and eyeball it.
Oh, why not?
That'll do. So now if we have a look.
So can I just see what point you've sewn up to?
So
oh, I see.
I could have done another couple of stitches there, but you're just sewing up to that same point. And then we'll pop it.
Oh, look, that's already looking. Pop it in, Pete.
Just pop it in. We'll give it a press. There we go. And if you wanted, you could put some top stitching down there.
Oh, yeah. That's so cool already, Mark. I love it. I love these moments because they demystify the construction of what we see as hard processes, difficult garments. There are certain garments, aren't there? I think trousers and jackets instantly make us think, oh, hang on, I don't think so, but not.
Yeah.
It's just understanding that process.
Yeah.
So that's kind of step one.
That's hard. You can forget that side now. That side's done. Now we'll get one of these pieces. This is the loose piece on its own, a single piece of fabric. We're going to pop it on the other side, pin it in place. And again, it will hang over the end slightly by about 1 centimetre. Since I've been designing these, when I sit, this may sound a bit weird, sit on the toilet, I'm looking at my trousers and seeing how they're made.
Oh, yeah.
Do you do that? You think,
funnily enough, I have a friend who's a fabulous dressmaker who every time she goes shopping for clothes ends up turning things inside out in actually just to see how they've been constructed and how they made that bit, and then goes off and adapts the pattern.
Clive spent an hour, or was it more, in Issey Miyake in Paris. We must have tried on everything in their warehouse, in their shop, and then he said, no, it's all right, thank you, and walked out, because he just wanted to see how things were made. I bet the assistant
Always
thought
a tinker.
he is a tinker. So we're going to do exactly the same on this other side.
Did you walk in like Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman and say, I'm going to spend an obscene amount of money? And then just didn't?
There's a lovely scene in the Village People film, pack my entire wardrobe,
Yeah.
I'm going to LA,
Right.
or whatever they said, wherever they were going to.
Is it jeans and a t-shirt?
No, it's the...
Oh, it was really everything. I'm just thinking if it was mine. Love it.
You don't wear jeans and t-shirt all the time. Sometimes you...
I hardly ever wear jeans, to be honest.
No, well... But as I said before, the more I make things, the less I want to buy anything. I'm absolutely terrible at going clothes shopping now because I don't want to buy anything.
Right. Interesting, isn't it?
I want
and why
to-
is that?
Because I want to make it.
It doesn't reflect who you are.
It doesn't reflect who I am, you're right. And also, I think sometimes I could make it and I can make it better.
So just show us again where you've sewn.
So this is on the other side. On the, as you were wearing it, would be on the left side. It's a single piece of fabric.
as well.
And I've just sewn up to that last
Oh, again,
stitch
right to
there.
the point. So that is literally down to the bit you've overlocked as well.
Yes.
Okay.
And we're just going to push it to the inside. And that's looking like a pair of trousers now.
It is.
We'll give this a press because we need to have a nice crisp finish. Sometimes with pressing, if you're turning it from that direction all the way round to the other direction, it's best to do it in stages. Don't worry about the raw edge, you'll lose that. So press it flat first of all, then press it to the inside. And then find your nice crisp edge, like that. There we go. And now we're putting on the last part now of this, of the fly.
Which is the bit you sewed the buttonholes on.
That's right. So this is the inside now, and you see how it should all roughly line up. There we go. So this piece is going to sit in there. Now I tend to pull it back from the edge just by a millimetre or two, just ever so slightly.
So it's not peeping out.
That's right. You don't want it, I mean you can butt it right up, but you don't want to run the risk of it popping out. Oh, ow, nearly pinned myself then. You can also, on these inside bits that you're not going to see from the outside, you can have some nice fun fabrics in here if you wanted. As a little kind of, when you go to the toilet you think, oh gosh, look at that fabric inside my trousers, isn't it beautiful? Do you not think that? Behave yourself.
I'd forgotten I'd used that. Lovely. Well, it's a nice thought, Mark. I love it. I love it.
That's how my mind works anyway.
No, I get that. I get that.
So
We all get that now.
So what we're going to do now we're going to sew this J shape that we all see on our trousers.
Yes.
You can mark it with a bit of chalk or a pen if you want.
I'd be afraid of just eyeballing that, Mark, so could I draw that on?
You could. I'd use something that's going to disappear.
Yeah. Is this on the outside? Right side, wrong
We're
side?
top stitching it on the outside
yeah.
now. Now I do eyeball mine.
Yeah.
I do eyeball
And are you
mine.
catching the back fabric, so it's just inside the raw edge?
That's right. So
Yeah.
on the other side, we're going to sew just inside that. You just want to catch those layers that
Yeah.
you've got there.
But you would never sew from the back?
You, I suppose you could do.
Bobbin
No, I
thread
probably
never looks
would-
quite as good as top
Well,
thread,
that's the
does it?
thing. Yeah, that's the thing.
Fair enough.
But at this stage, keep this piece out of the way, or else you'll be sewing your trousers completely closed, and that'll be silly.
Well, all that lovely work that you've done would be for naught.
So for naught. So I'm going to just feel the edge of the fabric here, and I can feel with my finger that I'm keeping the edge of the plackets and the facings against the edge of the foot. That's what I'm lining it up to. But we're only going to go down to as far as the top of the curve. And it'll all become clear why. just go, I'm going to go as far as that. Because what we want to do now,
Oh, so you've not done a J, you've done
I've
a
not done it
line.
all the way, because I want to now put that piece behind.
Oh, okay. And then you're going to sew the J bit, the bottom bit.
Then I'll carry on.
And that will join everything up.
It will. So just make sure you've got everything where it should be, that you're lined up at the top if possible, although you can fiddle with that, and that your fly front is sitting exactly as you want it.
Oh, it's ever so interesting, I think, to see how this is constructed. And really, because the rest of it, of course, straight seams, basic, we get the rest of it, don't we? It's
This is-
that fly.
So get your needle in to that same point as before. Now I've got a little lock stitch on this, so you don't really see where you stopped and started.
And I suppose this, once you've cut your teeth and made a pair, maybe you might use a contrast
Thread.
bright gold, or
Yes.
you know what I mean, like the sort of orangey gold that they use on jeans. You
Yes,
might.
get it. You can get special top stitch threads. You can get packs. Have we had them on here
We
before?
have.
I think we have, haven't we?
Yeah.
Get packs of all the different gold colours, or
Yeah.
whatever colour you
50
like.
weight.
Pink, red, black. You know, whatever you want.
Variegated.
And that is the basis of your fly. There's only one more thing to do.
Try it.
So we take that off so
Is
we
that-
can
is that-
see
Is
now.
that the one thing?
There we go. And if we look at it from the other side,
That's
There
so
we go.
clever.
it's good, isn't it?
It's really clever.
A nice, easy way. I think that's much easier than putting a zip in.
Well, I do too.
Yeah,
And actually, a lot of my trousers have got button fly.
yeah.
And yeah, cool.
Because if a zip breaks, then it's finished. It's take it out, throw it away.
Finito.
But if a button comes off or a button breaks, you just sew another button on. And the only thing to do would be to give it a bit of extra strength, would be to put a zigzag bar tack down the end there. And your machine may have a bar tack function, or just do a tightly compacted zigzag stitch.
Very, very, very good. That was really cool.
Do you think so?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
thanks.
I'm
Oh,
impressed. Yeah.
Should we do a pocket? Yeah. Now I found you can do plain.
Are we going to
pocket-
use a fun fabric inside?
Oh, we are. We are. Look at this.
Oh, I say.
This is something that Clive chose. I don't remember. Oh, I do remember where from. I maybe shouldn't say though.
John Scott's going to be furious when he finds out you cut up his caftan.
He was wearing it at the time as well.
Absolutely. Come here, John.
This is a linen actually. And now I've got pocket pieces. Now they're rather large.
They look huge.
They are. They will be folded over like that.
Yeah.
So your pocket will sit like that. Because I do like
To keep your lunch in your pocket.
a generous pocket.
I can see.
But if you didn't want pockets that deep, you can make them shorter like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
You could just make it narrower. I can actually fit my mobile phone lying across the bottom of that pocket. That's just my taste probably, but you can do whatever size. You can chop it down here and here, whatever you want.
I like a generous pocket.
I do. Now it does come with two facings actually, one here and you can put another one there. For jeans, I've missed it off because I think it's fun having that little flash of fabric as you put your hand in your pocket. But if I was making suit trousers like the ones over that side of my shoulder, I'd do the facing on the pocket
Got you.
as well.
Yes.
So I've just zigzagged that on place down there, or you could straight stitch it.
So is that a raw edge?
That is the raw edge, but I've zigzagged over it just to keep that, or you could fold that raw edge under and top stitch it down, whatever you prefer. So we're just going to line that up there. The sign is very hot, isn't it?
The what, sorry?
The iron. Or is it just you coming near
Do you
me?
want me to, it probably is. It's the heat of my body. Do you want me to turn the heat down?
No, it's fine.
You sure?
It's fine. It keeps me warm in this cold
I
studio.
can't turn my heat down, but the iron I can. I know. Well, we always have it very cold in here, I'm afraid. I always blame the equipment and say it's that, but it's really me.
It's so, a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance. I've just placed the pocket right sides together on top of the trouser, matching up the sloped edges. You could straighten off these fronts if you wanted to have a side seam pocket instead. Just straighten off those where I put the curve on, and then you can put an inner seam pocket in instead. I was going to say all the way down this line.
So the pockets on the trousers you're wearing, you've hacked a bit, haven't you? Because they're a frog mouth.
These are a frog mouth pockets on my trousers. Because this is just a bit of detail I was trying to have a bit of fun with. But the others all have these sloped pockets. So there we go. So that's right sides together. I've just sewn all the way down there.
You just sew as far as you can get?
Yeah. As far as you can go.
Without curving.
And then we're just going to turn it to the inside. So let's give this a nice press on this lovely warm thing. Is your house this cold?
Well, no. No, but I must admit we don't have the central heating on very much. We tend to...
Do you have an Aga?
No, we've got a range. We've got a range cooker.
Is that
but
different?
It's like a big stainless steel, almost like you'd find in a commercial kitchen.
Oh, okay.
But we have a log burner and things like that. So, but it's very well insulated, thick walls and all that.
It has to be now, doesn't it?
Yeah, but yeah, we don't tend to have the heating on a lot. We tend to have like cosy space, and then the rest of the house is kind of unheated, and then leap into bed and pull up the quilties. Which I love. I love a cold bedroom.
I've just been permitted by Clive to put the winter duvet on.
Oh gosh, so
because we've had the summer one on.
You won't feel the benefit.
5 togs.
Oh, okay, that's very thin.
And a fan.
Right. I bet Clive's very hot though, isn't he? I bet he's hot. He sleeps hot.
He doesn't. There is a duvet there, but he might as well not bother, to be honest, because everything's exposed.
Thrown off the bed, yeah.
Yes, or onto me. Anyway. So I've just pressed that seam there. Now if you wanted, you can roll that seam ever so slightly so there's just a little flash, you probably can't pick it up, but of the blue denim just poking round to the back. That just makes sure that from the front you're not at risk of seeing that lining, unless you want to see the lining. Just fold it in half. And
Just makes me think of Harry Hill. You like the lining, you like the lining.
Is that something he's...
It's one of his catchphrases.
Oh, poor old Harry Hill. It's a shame, isn't it? Stars in their eyes.
Oh, I never saw it.
No, it flopped.
Oh, did it? Oh, I see.
Anyway, we're not here to talk about stars in their eyes. Although I was watching it on YouTube, because YouTube just seems to decide what you're going to watch sometimes, doesn't it? And that was Stars in Their Eyes.
Who was it?
But who was it?
Today, Matthew, I'm going to be Frank Sinatra. So they used to go off into the mist, didn't they? And then come back out, and everyone would go, "Hooray! Who is it?"
I'm surprised John Scott's not worked on that programme.
He might have done.
Maybe he did.
Costume.
So we just folded the pocket bag in half now. And I would normally overlock it, but we're not set up. So I'm just going to do a nice straight stitch.
Great.
And I'll overlock it later. So, oh, it's just moved. Let's just
couple of nice messages. Lucy's messaging to say, you two are devilish today. It's keeping me amused as I'm designing a bag. Keep up the giggles. And Avril's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart and Mark. Morning, my lovely. Good to see you this morning. And Avril, it's gorgeous to have your company too.
That's nice, isn't it? So just line up your pocket bags. They should all match up, and then I just overlock mine usually. You could sew it and overlock it, whatever your choice is.
So you're sewing down the sides again?
I'm just sewing round. Well, the only bit you need to sew, because it's cut on the fold, is the bottom.
Okay.
And then they will get caught into the side seam. So that is the pocket. If I take the pins out so I don't stab the star.
Oh, I see. Of course, those aren't actually lined up, are they? You've got a little bit of a gap.
I haven't actually sewn the top, I've just realised, but that will get secured into the waistband. And there we have. That will be sewn there. That's your pocket. It goes all the way down to there.
Just a minute. Just want to... Yeah, and actually, sorry, I spoke too soon. That really isn't too deep. I think you could probably get like a double round.
A double round?
Sandwich.
Oh, I
in
see.
There. It has to be food related, Mark, otherwise I'm not really interested. Not as far as pockets go. Lovely.
Now,
Ben wants to know if it's a 29-inch waist. I think he's got his eyes on them.
A 29. Well, it goes down to a 28.
28.
Yeah. You might need to. You'll probably need to just to shrink the pocket down slightly, just to make sure it doesn't bump into things. And we haven't put the pleats in, which is ever so simple. Should we do a quick pleat? Yeah,
Yes, please.
Got time for a quick pleat. So we're just going to now. They are marked on the pattern. So, but this is how I've been doing mine for quite some time, because I haven't marked these. It's just folding it in half, and then it should be 2.5 centimetres. Mark it on the pattern though. Oh look, you see, it doesn't want to do it doesn't want to do one. It wants to unthread itself. Let's just rethread the machine, everybody.
Okay.
It's come out the needle, and luckily this machine has a nice little function that does it for me.
Oh, lovely.
Even better. So there we go. So do mark it from the pattern. This is my at home doing it quickly to myself kind of method.
Yeah.
And I fold the trouser fronts in half and I line it up at the 2.5 centimetre mark. Now you can do this stitch as long or as short as you want. This is where you have a bit of fun. So on my original jeans, I just kept the stitch for the pleat within the seam, within the waistband, and you don't see it.
Okay.
But you can carry that stitch on down. I'll just show you. So make sure you
So it's flatter to your body.
exactly. So,
So
you get,
perhaps if you find those pleats around the waist add extra fullness that you don't want, you could just keep sewing down.
and you get the benefit of the pleat without having it. So I'll just show you here. So I've actually just sewn down further. Oh look, you see it's all come out. And that's what I've done on the red check ones. There we go.
Oh yeah.
So you get the benefit of the pleat there, and you can either push the pleat to one side or to the other side, or you could do a box pleat,
Which I love.
and have it in the middle, or the box pleat could be on the outside.
Very nice.
World is your oyster.
Yeah.
And that's another adjustment point as well. If you're finding that they need adjusting, maybe they're a bit snug or they're a bit loose, you could do a slightly deeper box pleat there, or you could adjust it down the centre back seam before the waistband goes on.
But then you've got that kind of fullness when you sit down as well.
You do.
And
Yeah, Clive hacked these as well, and he did a massive box pleat. Huge. It's about that kind of deep.
it's very Clive.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah,
It is Clive.
lovely. Great.
And because the legs are nice and straight mostly, you can have fun with the legs as well. If you like hacking patterns, I know some people like to just stick to everything.
Yeah.
As is on the packet, that is absolutely
I always think first
brilliant.
time.
I think so as well.
make
See
it
how
because
it
you don't know how
goes.
it's going to look on you, do you?
No, this is exactly right. But you could taper the legs a bit if you wanted, or you could keep them wider. You could flare them from the knee. It's a really easy adjustment and a really easy hack.
You've shown us the hard bits, Mark.
I have.
And actually, they didn't look that hard. They looked a lot of fun. I want to make a fly now.
Ah.
Honestly, I think that looks awesome. And
It's
really,
the way forward. It's if you're frightened of making trousers because you think, oh no, it zips, it's complicated, then this is a nice, fun way and an easier way to get into doing the flies.
I totally agree.
And if you want to do later, you could switch out the butterfly for a zip.
You could.
if you wanted.
Yeah.
No problem at all.
Still do a fly zip. Well, it's Mark Francis's brand new pattern launch today. It's the Mccoy trouser, the Oxford trouser. Can be made for men or women. Very flattering, nice and sort of skimming across the hips. Can have turn-ups, no turn-ups. You've got those pleats. Really nice. Do some great photography, Mark. Ah, very nice.
Ah.
Very nice. Lovely with braces as well. So the Mccoy trouser pattern comes in sizes 28 to 48 inch waist, and as Mark was saying earlier, it really is the waist measurement and the length to the bottom of the trouser, the length of the leg that you're interested in. Everything else will just kind of fit naturally. You can make adjustments if you need to along the way. You need up to 2.5 meters of fabric to make the largest size. We have got bundles of fabric for that as well. So keep going through for your Mccoy trouser pattern. Now we've also got a couple of your other patterns, Mark.
I do.
We've got the Brighton shirt. Now I have my own gorgeous version of the Brighton shirt,
Yeah.
which I love wearing, a short sleeve version. Now the Brighton shirt goes from extra small through, is there a small?
Extra small, small, medium,
medium,
large,
large.
extra large, double XL. So you've
Double
got 6
XL.
sizes.
Fantastic. And it's got a really, really beautiful, large sort of overlapping
Oh, there we
collar.
are.
There you are. Which is really lovely and can look very dressy and quite formal, or it can look very sort of chilled and relaxed, depending on the fabric you use, really.
I've done them in fun fabrics like that and in plain fabrics as well. And I think if you were kind of it's dress down Friday in the office, but you didn't want to be too casual,
Right.
then it's a shirt without being too stiff.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. It's got all the elements of a shirt, but it's
I've been
not
doing some
super
teaching for that
formal.
as well. Claire Tyler, Couture, down in Midhurst. I did that back in the summer. People were either making that or the Tolo shirt.
Fabulous. I love it. Really love it. It's one of my favourite shirts to wear. It's the Brighton shirt from So Mark Francis. Sizes extra small to double XL. Now then, we've also got the Baker Boy hat, the gentleman's tie, and the Lavalier cravat. Is that the correct pronunciation?
Lavalier, it's French.
Lavalier. The twilly tie.
Yes.
Yes. Which you're wearing
I
right
am
now.
wearing here.
Yeah.
Oh, it's tucked in. Hang on, I might rustle the mic.
Pull it out.
It's because I took my waistcoat off earlier. There we go. That's better,
Love
isn't it?
that. Yeah. It's very elegant. I could definitely wear
I've made
those.
loads in Liberty fabrics. They're quite fun.
Have you?
Just the cotton lawn.
You made me one.
I can make you
3rd
one.
of February, just saying. Really nice, aren't they? You also get the pattern for the Baker Boy hat and the gentleman's tie. Is that a sort of, your standard tie?
A regular, off-the-shelf
Yes.
tie.
Tie it yourself tie. Very
That's the
nice.
one.
But again, that's the kind of thing. How many times have we thought, oh, a bit of liberty, lovely bit of liberty, make a tie with. How much fabric do you need for a tie, Mark?
Not very
Outer
much.
fabric.
The actual outer bit, you need a metre.
Right.
Because it's cut on the bias.
Right.
That's the only bit that's a bit fabric gobbling about
Right.
it. But the other bits, the lining you can cut on the straight.
Could you make 2 out of a metre of fabric?
Oh yeah, you could get more than one out of that.
Yeah, so not so gobbling when you consider that.
Yeah.
Worth knowing. Very nice. And your Baker Boy hat as well. What a lovely trio.
I'll be teaching tie making actually at the knitting and stitching shows.
Oh, in November.
In Ali Pali.
We're both there.
Yeah, so come along, you
October,
can
in
make
fact.
a tie.
October.
Everything's provided. You can book the course. I think the courses are online now actually if you wanted to do so.
Brilliant. Yes, we're both there, aren't we?
We are.
I'm there for 3 days. If you're coming to Ali Pali, come and say
You're only
hello,
doing
hello,
3?
hello.
You're only doing 3?
I'm doing Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Ah,
Well, Thursday I'm just sort of swanning around.
Being
really.
Stuart Hillard.
Shopping.
just being your
Shopping.
fabulous self.
Yes, that's as well. Being fab. Oh, Mark, thank you so much.
My
A great
pleasure.
masterclass there from you. Really super. Thank you. We'll see you in an hour, young man.
I'll
and
be
I will
here.
see you in about 3 minutes. We're going to take a short break. See you after this.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi there, welcome back to Sewing Street. Thanks for your company this morning. We have got a ruler masterclass now with Susie Duncan. Susie, welcome back.
Thank you.
I've been waiting for ages for this show. Well, yeah, because, you know, I know that the rulers, the Creative Grids rulers, do really exciting things. I have some of them at home, and I know what they do, and I know they're fabulous and wonderful, and I love them. But there are others that I look at and think, well, but how? But how do you use it?
And why?
You're going to demystify that for us, aren't you, today?
Hopefully I am,
Well,
yes.
yes, hopefully.
I shall attempt.
And we're just going to kind of go through and we're going to pick different rulers and we're just going to go for it, yeah? So no project in this hour per se. However, I do just want to mention before we go any further, we do have the pattern for Susie's block keeper, which I think is absolutely terrific. It's $9.99. Every quilter needs to make at least 1 or 2 of these. They are so cool. Essentially, it's a big fabric album. It's made from your quilting cotton. It's a thing of beauty in itself. You've got various different blocks that you can choose from. This one's done in Liberty. Then you can have either ties. This one right here has got elastics and buttons. And then inside you create leaves, pages out of batting, which your fabric then will stick to, and you can store your blocks as you make them flat, secure, stable inside your block keeper. I think it's a really nice thing to do actually. If you were making a special quilt, make a special block keeper to keep along the way, and then even if you're gifting the quilt, you'll still have the block keeper to keep at the end of it. Or maybe you'll put some, you know, little treasured memories and give it to the recipient of the quilt. I don't know, but they are brilliant. Great fun project to make. The pattern is $9.99. So I wanted to mention that, Susie, because I just love that idea. I think it's great.
As you can see, I've made a lot of them and I use them a lot.
And you use them?
I do. They are in constant use. Yeah. And they're a great way of keeping everything safe, dust-free.
Yeah, out of the light. And away from the cats and the dogs.
Yes.
Yeah, away from the Vizsla.
Yeah, away
which
from
is,
the Vizsla.
From now on, sort of a euphemism for any pet or child or anybody, in fact.
Grown up.
Or grown up, yeah. Who might get in the way.
Meddlers.
They really are. They really are. Oh, we just need to turn that block, Stuart. We're going to start with the Dresden plate ruler.
We are.
For me, I think... if you've seen how this works, everybody gets why you would use this, but a demo would be wonderful. Now this is the non-slip 18-degree Dresden plate ruler. So 18 degrees, you're going to have 20 blades per Dresden plate.
Yes.
10 for a fan, and obviously 5 for a quarter.
For a corner. Yep.
So there are options as well.
There are, but
how
it
do we
also
use
makes
it?
borders.
Oh, tell us more.
Which is really exciting. So I'm going to go to basics first and just remind everyone what's so unique about Creative Grids. On the Creative Grids rulers, when you turn them upside down, if you feel them, there's some scratchy dots or scratchy sides, and that is your non-slip element, and that's the patent that Creative Grids have, and that's what makes them unique and standalone from all the other rulers. The other thing that you'll often find is a QR code. If it's not on the ruler itself, which is rare, it'll be on the instructions, and that will link you straight to your YouTube and Creative Grids tutorials. Well worth getting a cup of tea, coffee, gin and tonic, whatever your tipple is, and watching those, because that will not only demystify, but it will take the fear factor away from when you get hold of your fabric.
Or if you forget.
Absolutely. I mean, I continuously revisit all of the tutorials because it's a good way of reminding yourself that they're not just a one trip, one design thing. You can do lots of things with it. So the great thing about this ruler is the fact that you don't just have to make Dresden plate. Obviously it's designed to make Dresden plate, but you can use it for other things, and you don't always have to make the full
No. Will you
plate.
just show us, for anybody who hasn't seen Dresden plate before and is wondering what that is?
So a Dresden plate is basically a beautiful flower. It runs, this one has been pointed, so it runs, as Stuart said earlier, 20 segments to make, or petals if you like, to make your flower, and then a central circle. This is the smallest size, so this comes up at, I think it's a 6 inch, 6.5 unfinished. Obviously I've got it on a bigger piece of backing, but you don't need to do that. You can choose your backing size, and then that's the largest.
Wow. And how many sizes in between, Susie?
So every half inch you can move
Amazing.
to. So you've got a lot of scope in there, just from one little ruler.
That's amazing.
It is amazing.
And can we double them up? Could we put the smaller Dresden over the centre?
Yeah, you can then, so you wouldn't do your centrepiece here.
Right.
What you'd do is when you've appliqued this one in, I would tack in the middle as well, so that was flat.
I do the same.
I tend to use quilt basting spray and spray it into position. Then I'll overstitch this edge, tack or base stitch the middle, then I would repeat that with the smaller one.
Beautiful. And
down,
Susie,
and
hats off to you.
out.
That's a pristine looking block. That is really beautiful.
So you can get some amazing results with this, and you don't have to necessarily do the circle.
Okay.
So I've got one here that I've done in some of the Christmas fabric we've got on the show, just to show you. If I flip this over, if you were doing a cushion and you'd got a glorious piece of fabric, but you just wanted to break it up a bit, why not do a Dresden corner for it? Or two.
Oh, or even
opposing.
4, and then you create that centre
Exactly.
space.
Yeah.
Or if you like hand quilting and you wanted to have a showcase for your quilting.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
So it's a quite a useful little design to use for all manner of things. You could do a half one.
I like 3/4 in corners.
Yeah.
So they go around the corner.
Yeah. So it is a useful ruler from that point of view.
Will you show us how to use it?
I will. So
Gorgeous.
easy. So you first of all have to decide how big you want your finished block to be. Not your segment, your block. And on the guide, and this is why when you get these, don't lose the bit of paper like I did.
Oh.
So I had to ask for a replacement. What you need is, there's a chart on here that goes through what your finished block size, and that is finished, not allowing for, your seam allowance has already disappeared on this occasion. Then that gives you what size your plate, your Dresden plate, will be at. So it's allowed a margin either side of it, and therefore what size you need to cut your segment or your strip initially. So if I was going to make a 16-inch finished, so that would be perfect for a cushion, or it would in my house anyway, I'd have a 14-inch finished plate, and I need to cut a 6-inch segment. So what you do is you cut your 6-inch strips of fabric. Here's one I made earlier.
Lovely.
And then you take your ruler, and you'll notice on the ruler that there are circles. You've got some in circles, some not in circles, but you'll find your 6-inch mark coming down with a straight line across. The dotted line is your seam allowance. You don't have to worry about that. What you do need is a rotary cutter.
So you always line up the short edge of the ruler with the raw
top,
edge.
yeah. Okay, so your strips are cut to finish that. If I was doing a smaller one, for example, this one, let's go for this one. If I was doing a 3-inch, so I've got a 3-inch strip cut here. So again, I'll line it up and then I can make my cut. So let's do a cut that way. Now, I've got a rotating mat, which I've locked stupidly. So let's unlock. Have I unlocked it? No. Bear with me, caller. There we go, we've unlocked it. So rotating mats are brilliant because what you don't want to do is upset everything or cut towards you. So a rotating mat saves that issue because you're not going to, you can invert the ruler but don't flip it. You don't want to use it upside down because you lose that non-stick variation. But then I'm cutting through several layers as well. So that gives me my 3-inch version.
They're your blades. You know, Susie, if I could give any advice to anybody thinking about buying Creative Grids rulers, first and foremost, it's do it. They are absolutely amazing. But
Absolutely.
Secondly, it's a side point, but I would say get yourself a rotating cutting mat.
Yeah.
Because almost every Creative Grids ruler I have used relies at some point on turning the ruler or turning the fabric,
Yeah.
and a rotating cutting mat will just make your life so much easier and just speed up the process.
Absolutely, and I use a rotating cutting mat for my English paper piecing as well. So when I'm putting the designs on, so my rotating mat is in constant use. So when you've got your pieces cut, you then start stitching them together. But before you do that, you need to decide whether you're going to have a pointy top or a curved top.
We can do
Choice
both.
is yours. You can do both.
Yay.
So I'm going to show you how to do them. So you're going to pinch the wedge together or the segment together, and you want to put your right sides together. So you're looking at the wrong side and give it a finger press. You don't need to actually physically press, but this is for the point. Now my advice is do more than just a finger length. I tend to come down to about halfway with my finger press, and you'll see why in a minute. What I'm then going to do is do a 1/4 inch stitch all the way across this top. Now this is where your 1/4 inch is vital, that it is a proper 1/4 inch, preferably a scant 1/4 inch.
Okay.
And I'm just about to press the wrong foot pedal, so that's not what I use.
So in terms of a scant 1/4 inch,
Well, so the way I do a scant 1/4 inch is I have a 1/4 inch foot on the machine that has got a metal edge that stops the fabric going beyond the 1/4 inch.
I know the kind of thing.
Yeah. And what I do is, rather than butt the fabric to that, I am literally a thread away from it.
Got you.
So that is my scant 1/4 inch. Everyone has their own. The other tip I have as well is, being a paper crafter as well, I have an abundance of washi tape.
Okay.
So I actually mark just under a 1/4 inch on the edge of washi tape across my foot plate.
Oh, and that gives you a line
And
to
I
butt
line
your
it up
fabric.
as well.
Terrific.
Yeah, so that's another way you can do it if you haven't got a 1/4 inch seam. But it is vital you check your 1/4 inch before you start. So we've sewn that seam.
And I noticed there you sewed from the fold towards the raw edges.
I tend to do that because then
Yeah.
I don't get any rucks going
Yeah.
on. The next thing you want to do is just minutely trim, and it is a minute bit, off towards the fold bit, keeping away from your stitching because you don't want to lose those stitches. And all that will do is when we open out our seam, sorry, my fingers, we've just had this discussion. I'm not good in cold and my fingers have shut down, so everything's going to take me a little bit longer. There you go. So I just finger press it at this stage. Don't think that this bit is going to line completely horizontally.
Right, no, it's a bit of a
should
curve
not.
almost, isn't there?
And even in the instructions, it shows you that as well. So, because I panicked, you should see a slight downward turn.
Like a little V.
Just because of what you've done. But line up that central turn with that crease you've made. And that's why I finger press it a bit further down, because then I can see it. Once you've got that, you're then going to invert that, and then you want to use your implement of choice to push out that seam, and a pair of scissors is probably the worst thing you can pick up.
Okay, so we won't do that. So something like a
I use
pokey tool.
Yeah, old ballpoint pen
Yep.
is
An
good.
awl?
An awl, well, they're
a bit
pointed.
sharp, yeah.
You want nothing that's pointed.
No.
If you've got a really old knitting needle, that would do.
Perfect. Yeah, like
So
a little
then-
rounded tip.
So that then gives me my point, and I can press that, and I would join that to the others to make that one.
Awesome. And the circle template that we've got?
So easy. So the circle makes your middle, or you can use it to cut a rounded top. So you do that exactly similar as we did before. You fold wrong sides together. This time you're using the cross marking on your circle to line up with your fold and your outer edge, and you're going to use a small rotary cutter, so your 28mm, to curve off that edge, and that gives you your curve.
Lovely.
And then when you come to applique that onto your piece, you're going to just do a needle turn edge to that, and that will give you your rounded
I like that.
plate.
Will that be like a sort of perfectly round?
It would be, well, if your stitching's
Pretty much,
good.
yeah, we'll see.
My advice is, when you applique, machine applique, because then you can hide it with your fancy stitching.
Really like that. And I
Yeah.
just want to show as well
Yeah.
that on the back, because of the way the points are created, all of where you're going to applique this to your background block, all of your edges have already been turned with that folding technique. So you've got no raw edges around the outside. So that when you put this down on your background, you can literally just straight stitch very close to the edge, or you could blanket stitch, zigzag, whatever, decorative stitch. Perfect. Right, we're going to move on because we have lots of different rulers to go
I was just going
through.
to quickly show.
Oh,
If
for
you're
a
going to
border.
border, this is a really quick border. Just do one side and then the other.
Like it.
So
Does that
that's-
create a straight border, or
It
is
will
it?
once it's sewn,
Once
yes.
it's sewn, yeah, it's straight top and bottom.
Yeah.
Love that. Now, can I ask you, could we do the kaleidoscope ruler next?
Yes, I shall get all that out.
We'll put details on screen for the 45-degree kaleidoscope triangle double strip ruler, because this intrigues me very much. And I love the block. It's kind of spider's web, kaleidoscope. It's a really, really striking block. Love to learn how to use this ruler.
Right.
It's $29.99 for the ruler. And you know, I always think with these rulers, when I'm looking at the cost and thinking, when I'm factoring in, do I buy, do I not buy?
Yeah.
I always think, is it a time saver? So for example, my my half square triangle, quarter square triangle ruler from Creative Grids has saved me so much time. I'm going to say at least 50% of the time on making half square triangles for a quilt.
Yeah.
No kidding. And I thought after 30 years of making half square triangles, I did not need a gadget, as I thought, first of all.
Absolutely.
But experience proved me wrong, and I'm
Yeah.
really glad I persevered. But also you might look and think, is that going to open up a block to me or a quilt to me that I would never touch otherwise? This is the one. Have a look at this.
It is insanely amazing, this block. So this is what you can create from it.
I love it.
Or you can put it into a square.
I love it.
So you've got instant placemat. Thinking of Halloween, if you did these in the right colours, you could make it into a pumpkin because you could just add a square.
That's a
here.
cute idea.
You could do that as a spider's web. You've got so many ideas with this.
Really cool.
But not only does it do that, but you can do diamonds as well. So you can then start tessellating diamonds
Oh,
and
look at
create a
that.
big star.
Look at that.
So, and you can change.
Yeah.
And it's all done with strips, which is even better. So I've got so many. I have just strip pieced one for us.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So it's 2.5 inch strips, and what is so fabulous about this ruler, looks probably the strangest ruler I think I've got from Creative Grids, because you think, well, why do I need triangles and a straight bit? But what they cleverly do is give you the 2.5 inch ruler bit at the bottom, because that's the size strip you're going to cut. So if you haven't got another ruler to cut your strips, you can cut the strips you need.
Okay.
So obviously you'd place that on the edge of your fabric. Obviously this isn't a big enough piece, but you would place it on the edge of your fabric.
But we can cut fabric on the fold and things like that.
And you can then cut a 2.5 inch strip. You're going to then strip piece that and press the seam open is my advice, because then you get the flattest contact with your cutting mat. Then from there we're going to start cutting into it. Now the great thing with the design, because it's got these little cutouts, our rotary cutter will move straight into those and allow us to cut the full triangle without nicking the ruler, cutting our hands, having to do a shuffle, anything of that ilk. So what you do is you line up the solid line that's at the base of the triangle, and your top line is on the top raw edge of your strip, and the dotted line in the middle should be along your stitching. If it's not 100% there, don't beat yourself up. Just get it as straight and as near as you can, is my advice. Rotary cutter, and then you're going to cut down one edge. You're then going to either spin it if you've got a rotating mat, or if you're positioned correctly you can cut down. Don't move anything off the fabric, and just keep cutting either side of the ruler until basically you run out of ruler. And that gives you your pieces, which you can then, whoops, didn't press hard enough. There you go. You can then start piecing them together.
So
So
if you
easy.
like the waist in the background, that's not waist, that's the alternate part to the kaleidoscope.
Part, yeah, and it gives you that that alternate design. If you want them all the same, then you're going to have to double the strip that you cut, and you'll do 2 different ones, which is another idea as well. You could have it looks a bit like a dartboard then, wouldn't it?
But you could also go scrappy, couldn't you?
Absolutely.
And then just treat it as lights and darks, for example.
Absolutely, it'd be really cool. And then you're just going to stitch them. Now, because they've got flat ends, you haven't got to allow a 1/4 inch stoppage. You just literally match those seams in the middle. Another reason to do it flat as well, open. And then you stitch a 1/4 inch down, and you'll then press that open, and they'll line up to give you, where's the one we made earlier? This one. I've got it here somewhere. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. There you go. And you'll do them in 4s. You see this one, I've kept it all the same. So I could use that on a cushion just to do a bottom half if I wanted, but I've pressed everything on to one side as I did. Well, this one I pressed open actually, but this one I pressed to one side, and then the final seam I did open. My advice is, with all of these rulers, use best press or starch savvy before you start, and make sure your fabric is well pressed, because that will give you your best result.
And especially in the centre of that block where you've got lots of seams coming together, you need to press open and as flat as possible. Can I just ask about the finishing, the corners, if you want to make it into a square block, because I think most of us would want to square that up into a block.
Where have I put that? There you go. So the corner bits, depending on the size you want, you're going to cut extra pieces of fabric using the ruler again. So don't think you've got to go out and find something. So what you would then do is cut a square using the ruler on this end, and it's got a 3 1/4 inch mark, and that's one of the marks that you'll use to make your corners, and you'll cut that on the diagonal. Again, you can cut a square across using that edge.
Cool. So we've got instructions for finishing the edge.
Absolutely, yeah, and that will then stitch very neatly across. Remember, it is supposed to go across, not just this bit, it goes onto those as well.
Right.
So that
raw edge to raw edge.
So it will give you that neat square then.
And what's the finished block size that we can make with this ruler?
So this is a, if I remember rightly, an 8 inch. So it's 8 1/2 inch unfinished.
Perfect.
So
That's
you could,
really cool.
Yeah,
I
so
like
you can
that.
make 4 for a good cushion cover.
Yeah, yeah, and have so much fun mixing and matching your scraps, your jelly roll strips.
Yeah.
This is jelly roll friendly,
It is.
strip roll friendly.
Yeah.
You could also use a layer cake to cut out the pieces.
Absolutely.
Couldn't you?
Yeah, because you get 4 2 1/2 inch pieces out of a layer cake.
Yeah, yeah.
Square,
really love
so,
that.
yeah,
That's super.
love it.
Fab. Thanks for that.
Okay, what are we moving on to now?
Well, I've just had a message from Annette who says, good morning, I have the Creative Grid log cabin and I would love a little demo of this because Annette struggles to get the sizing right. So I'm thinking if we have a demo of the log cabin, that would really help.
Absolutely fine.
That's all.
Right,
so should we go normal log cabin first?
Yeah, normal,
Yeah,
and
with
the
plenty
normal
of time,
size or the
haven't we?
jumbo?
Let's go 8 inch.
The
8
8
inch log cabin trim tool.
Right, let me put all
Now,
this
can I tell a quick
out
story
there.
while you get your bits out?
You do.
When I did use scrap sew blocks, make 100 quilts, I had realised I'd never made a log cabin quilt. I mean, how ridiculous is that? So I thought I must make a log cabin quilt. It's a scrappy classic. So I thought, well, you know, time's of the essence. I'll have a look on the internet for a speedy way to do it. Found a video, essentially, you know, long strip of fabric, sew squares, to chop them up, add the next strip, chop them up. I got 3 rows, and I sew pretty accurately. I got 3 rows out. I thought I'll just measure to see whether this block's staying the size it's supposed to be. Size it's supposed to be, it wasn't even a square. You know, it's the worst kind of way of adding anything to anything, sewing a strip on and chopping the top and bottom off. We'd never do that with borders, would we? So I thought I'm gonna have to cut every single log to size. And that's what I did for a huge quilt. I sewed, and they were 1 1/2 inch wide strips, 1 inch finished, and the block was 16 inches square. So you can imagine there was a lot of cutting, but it fitted together beautifully. But I did think there must be a better way of doing it, and here are Creative Grids.
They are immensely useful. Sorry, I've just got the wrong one out. I've muddled up my bags. Bear with me, caller.
It's all right.
Right.
That's curvy.
No, that one isn't.
Oh, it's not.
No.
Gotcha.
I know, I'm mad at the samples of curvy, but the
gotcha.
thing isn't. It's just muddled. There we go. This is what we are making. For anyone who doesn't know what a log cabin is, this is a log cabin. This one here. So you've got a central square, and then your squares go round and round. And traditionally you'd have dark one side, light the other. Not vital if you don't want to do that. You can muddle it up. It's entirely up to you. But what this also does is something called courthouse steps, which is where you have your one colourway going out from one side and another colourway going the other way.
So it almost looks like the steps walking up.
That's right.
Into the courthouse.
Into the courthouse, which is phenomenal because when you put another one below it, you can create almost like a square-edged round, if that makes sense.
It does.
So you can get some really fab effects. So it will also do a half log cabin, which I have here as well. Sorry. Everything was cut and then muddled. That's another in a different design.
That's lovely. That's a standard log cabin.
That is. And then this is the half log cabin where you've got your square in one corner.
Really like that.
And your log cabins go out from the side. I love this design as well. Probably this and the log cabin are the ones I use the most.
Yeah.
Right.
So
let's-
Annette's had problems getting the sizing right on the standard log cabins. So do you
So
mind
is
showing
that-
us how to do that?
absolutely.
That'd be awesome. Thank
So
you.
the Creative Grids tell you exactly what you're going to need to cut to create this. You don't have to go away and work it out for yourself. So to start with, you want an exact 2.5 inch square. So we're going to cut an exact 2.5 inch square. And I'm just going to get my ruler and do that because mine seems to have walked in the somewhere between here and the green room. My 2.5 inch square has completely disappeared.
Oh, you can always cut another.
I can indeed, especially if I can find my rotary cutter. So we're going to make sure we've got 2.5 inches, and have we got 2.5 inches here? No, we haven't, so I'm going to cut it.
Can we have a
like
red
this.
square in the centre?
Oh, it can
That's
do.
traditional.
Yeah, be muddled up with everything else.
Yeah.
Is that all right then?
Yeah.
So we're going to cut a 2.5 inch square.
The hearth of the home, isn't it? The centre of the home.
It is supposed to be the log fire in the corner, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do actually is cut a 2.5 inch strip, because then we can use it anyway. So that's the easiest way to
Perfect.
do it, isn't it? So let's do that. Cool. So could have used your kaleidoscope ruler to do that.
Yep. I've always looked at that ruler and thought it looks such a strange shape.
Yeah.
I wonder how, and what is this bit along the bottom for? That's genius, isn't it?
Yeah. I'll tell you what I used it for. Perhaps shouldn't admit to this, but I needed to make a crown.
Right.
For something.
Yeah, it's
So
a
I
template
actually
really,
used
isn't it?
As the template for a crown. So I've got a 2.5 inch strip ready cut.
Yep.
Now it doesn't matter, this makes an 8 inch, you can't vary the size on this. Whatever you do, it'll be an 8 inch. But because what you want to do is have the alternate light and dark traditionally, what you need to do is to make sure you've got pieces cut around the sort of 1 3/4 inch, because then you're going to waste least amount of fabric.
Okay.
So I'm just going to quickly, as we're going red and
Oh, I thought you were
green.
using your other fabrics.
Well, I'll use this now.
Okay.
You've got this. So I'm going to cut these at 1 3/4 inches, which doesn't take long, does it?
1 3/4.
1 3/4 is the minimum. So as long as it is strip, you could use a strip roll, but obviously you're going to waste a bit
Right.
more of it. So give you an idea. So your first piece goes on to one side. It doesn't matter which side, just start on a side. Don't worry about lining up the edges and don't worry about any overhang, but you're going to put right sides together. But the critical thing is that 1/4 inch. You must make sure your 1/4 inch is correct.
Okay.
Because if it isn't, then that's where your sizing starts going awry.
Okay. So strict 1/4 inch.
Strict 1/4 inch, and you'll notice that my strip is way longer than I need. Not overly bothered. So past the finishing point of the square, then you want to press first. So set your seam and then press away towards the piece you've just added.
Okay.
Now, because we're now stitching along here, I then trim, and you could use the edge of your, well, let's do that. Why use another one? Use this ruler just to make sure you've got a nice straight edge. I just use that bottom corner to line that back up again. And then I take in my next strip. So we're then going to come this side, so I rotate it clockwise each time. Press that bit of strip.
So it's important to be consistent about that.
It
you can
is.
start on any side of your square, but always work
yeah.
clockwise or anti-clockwise, but don't mix.
Don't mix it, yeah. You just follow it round.
And do we always have to start with the light strip, or can we start
No,
with
you
the
can
dark
start
strip
with
all
the
the
dark.
time?
I
Yeah.
just picked up the light, so
Fair enough.
as long as you do light to light all the way round, because otherwise you won't get that effect. If you muddle it up, then you won't get like one side like the other. So again, that's round the second one. So we're then going to press that out. I'm going to then use the edge of my ruler to square that off.
So I can see you're using the edge and a line on the ruler lined up with your centre square to make sure everything stays square and true.
Trying to.
Okay. Yeah.
So you notice this is, oh, here we go. That's the one I cut, wasn't it? There we go. I knew I cut one. So we're then coming round another quarter, so another turn, and I'm then going to stitch in the dark version, or in this case, the reds. So it seems quite laborious, but if you get yourself set up so you've got a pressing station nearby and your iron's on, it's actually a quick process.
And also as well, you're sewing one block start to finish, or you know, wherever you get to, and of course once you've done one or two blocks in their entirety, you could actually start doing this sort of factory style, couldn't you?
Oh, absolutely you can. Yeah, you can do the first round of everything as long as you've got yourself organised.
Yeah.
So I'm going to trim off those bits and then we'll do that third side. I'll turn it around, that's the easiest way to do it, Suze. And again, with directional fabric, don't worry too much about the direction because your block is not going to end up.
No, I like how you've cut the stripe though, so that it sort of cuts across. It's lovely, it's almost like a decorative ribbon.
So that final one, you just need to press it out. So this is the first time we're going to use the trim tool to actually trim our first round, because this is round one we've done now. So round one is marked for us on here. If I grab a plain piece of fabric, you'll see it more clearly. So this is our centering square. So this is the one we started with.
Yep.
So this is what we need to put over our fabric, and then we can make our trim. So it doesn't matter which way round you're going to do this because you're going to trim all the sides. So this square, first one, goes on the square that we first positioned. And you want to get it as near as accurate as you can on that.
And I suppose I would ask everyone this question: if you're not getting accuracy, when you lay that trim tool over your square, does it fit exactly? If it doesn't, you need to make some adjustments to seam allowance or cutting.
Yeah, or pressing.
Yeah.
I always start with a repress, and if that doesn't work, then I'll look at where is it going wrong, what is it that's out of kilter. I'll usually put my glasses on and see if that improves.
Definitely helps, yeah.
So I'm going to cut up the side and then cut across the top. You then need to rotate the whole thing 180 degrees.
It's where that rotating cutting mat comes in so handy.
You can do, yeah. Rotate and then refit that centre square.
Gotcha.
And then you're going to trim up the side and across the top, and you can see with 1 3/4 you get such little waste, but this can go in the bag ready to stuff your next cushion, so it's not really waste. So I'm all set now, ready to do the next turn, but remember this was my last one, so I turn it and we're going to start on this one again. So I'm going to grab my piece of fabric and we'll start on our 1/4 inch, and you continue to do this for this round and then another subsequent round as well.
So you use your trim tool then to trim each round?
Round, yes.
It keeps the round square?
Yeah, you don't trim every piece you add.
Gotcha.
You trim a full round.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood.
That makes sense.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Which is where to start with, you think, oh, it's supposed to line up every time. Well, if you start doing that, you'll end up with the smallest, oddest looking log cabin, because it won't. Right, we need some more strips.
Okay.
Okay, do we want to carry on, or do you want me to... Shall I show you what
do-
the difference with a curvy log cabin, or how they look
Yes,
different?
that would be really good.
So-
And now I hope that was enough to help you to navigate the
Yeah.
ruler. Let us know. Let us know.
Yeah, so round 2 will be the next square down.
Right.
Round 3, which is your final round, is the middle square.
Got you.
And you'll find that it will fit within there. You'll have minimal trimming.
Right.
When
That's your 8.5 inch square.
That's the 8.5 inch square finished.
So can I ask then, if we wanted
Yes.
to only do 2 rounds
Yes.
and finish at 6.5, if we
Yes.
trim on that second square,
That'd
we've got
be-
a 6.5.
Absolutely.
It's just two
Yeah.
lots of.
Yeah, you'll only have 2 steps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that would work.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
it
I
will.
like to squeeze a
Yeah.
bit of extra out of it if I can.
Yeah. Don't we all?
Yeah.
For the half log cabin, your centering square is always this corner.
Mm-hmm.
So let's find the block. There it is. So as you do the
very smart.
trimming, you're going to be placing that there, and you're going to trim round.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not going to be using everything
Mm-hmm.
everywhere. But I think this looks amazing, this block. Really
It's
cool.
almost woven,
It is.
isn't it?
Because if you made 4 of them and then put like fabrics together, you'd end up with a massive courthouse step,
Yeah. Yeah.
which would look
very
incredible.
smart. Very
Yeah.
smart.
So the difference between, while I've got that out, let me
Mm-hmm.
show you what a curvy log cabin looks like, just to explain the difference. So with a curvy log cabin, rather than them all, both sides of the fire, if you like, or the centre square being equal, as they were with that one, with a curvy log cabin, you end up with it being unequal. So one side is a wider step than the other.
Right.
So it doesn't sit centrally. It ends up sort of squiffing.
I see.
Yeah.
So thin logs on one half,
Yeah.
fat logs on the other.
So you can then, when you put them together, create this most amazing
Oh.
cross effect,
Yeah.
which looks insanely cool.
It does look really cool. It's beautiful. And then if you turn them around,
Yeah, you can-
what do you get if you have all of the wide?
You have that square edge circle I talked about,
Ah, got you.
which doesn't really exist in any form of geometry, but hey. But doesn't that look beautiful
Yeah,
as well?
it does. It does.
And
And,
then you
obviously
could
that's
use
in 2 fabrics,
Yeah.
but you could use lots of different ones.
Yeah, then you could use your Dresden plate circle and cut a circle to go in the middle there, and
Oh.
you'd have this oblique flower. That would
Yes.
look really cool.
Very nice. Very nice.
But so this is the curvy log cabin. It doesn't do a curve. What it does do is when you put these together, because it's not straight, you get this waved edge.
The
so
illusion
if the
of-
blocks were all the same way round, no, that way round, no, that way round,
Yeah.
you end up with like a zigzag effect coming across
If you turn that round.
that way and that one that way. Does that do it?
No, it was right the first time.
I was.
Yeah. So that goes there.
Yeah.
And you have your
And
that up in the corner. One more time.
That
That's
way
it.
down. There you go. So you get that zigzag effect going
Yep.
on,
Streak
which
of lightning.
looks incredible.
Yeah, it's really clever, isn't it?
Really
so it
clever.
sort of has the same effect as a log cabin,
Yeah.
but almost more possibilities. A message from collector who's in Merseyside. I have a few of the Creative Grids rulers. I love them. I make a note of shows like this so I can get more out of using them. Thank you, Susie.
Oh, thank you very
Thank you
much.
for the message.
One thing about this method, you'll notice there's no seam matching.
Like that.
We love that
We're
one.
just matching the big blocks.
So all you're doing is you're not even matching seams when you create it. All you've got to do is put those two together, and as you say, it's just that central one that you'll be matching, which is not onerous, is
Yeah,
it?
no, it's clever.
But it's
and in
really
terms of the
cool.
trimming as we go,
Yeah.
is it exactly the same
Exactly
principle?
the same
Is
principle.
this the log cabin?
No, the curvy log cabin is here. So the curvy log cabin ruler
Wonder if
looks
we can just have a quick
absolutely
remove that.
identical,
Yeah.
but you've got the narrow and wide sides. So if you're trimming the wide side, you use the wide side. When you do the narrow side, you turn your rule around and you'll use the narrow side to trim that side.
Got you.
Okay. The other thing to look at, and this is great because Creative Grids actually print it on the ruler, so if you lose your destructions, it's on there. The narrow strips are 1.5 inch, wide strips 2.25, so that's bigger than the normal log cabin strips. But you can see you get so many different designs. We've seen
Really
this
cool.
one, but this is what the zigzag looks like when you get it all together, which is amazing.
And then of course you could do that over this kind of like diamond on point, couldn't you? So you're going kind of up, kind of up and across and down, so you could have your zigzags running that way, or just diagonally across the surface of your quilt. Loads of cool ideas. Lovely.
But I think the log cabin is a really good way to practice your seam allowance, but it's also a really lovely way to do a feature fabric cushion, because you can fussy cut the centre. Great for Christmas, because in whatever your decor in Christmas, you could create a really lovely log cabin cushion cover as well.
Love that. Log cabin's one of those blocks that can look really strikingly modern or incredibly vintage, and everything in between. It works with just about every kind of fabric. Annette's message back to say, it's all made sense, thank you both. I'm going to give it another go later. Watch this space. Annette, that's brilliant news. Pat's also asked, morning Stuart, does the iron Susie is using come in a mini size? It doesn't, the Eliso iron. Yeah, it's that size at the moment. Who knows what they'll create next?
It is awesome.
It is a great iron.
It is an amazing iron.
Yeah, it really is. Now then, you've also got, Susie,
what are we doing now?
roundup tool.
Oh, the roundup tool. This is great fun, this tool. Now again, this was one a bit like the kaleidoscope ruler. As you said, you look at it and you think, lovely, what am I going to use it for? So this is really comes into its own when you want to, for a plique particularly, but also if you want to round the corners on something. So if you've got, we have a round table, so I don't want necessarily to have a square table centre. I'd like a round table centre. So I can use my round up tool, and it's got two different edge sizes. You've got a 5-inch radius and a 4-inch radius, but I can round the corners of a piece that I'm doing, which it makes an item much more interesting to look at than square. So you end up with segments, but they're a true round. They're not going to be off, but you could also join those up to make a complete circle if you wanted to. So this is a cutting tool. You can cut petal shapes. So this one is your 4-inch size, and this one is your 5-inch. And
how do we cut petals?
So what you would do is you would take your piece of fabric. So let's do one out of these.
Yeah, that'd be great.
This square, and let's even get a cutting mat. That would be even better, wouldn't it? So for this, what I've done is I've actually done a 4-patch, and I can cut a petal out of a 4-patch.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Now you can cut it, how did I do this? You can cut it, because you've got your centre marks, I can cut it so that I cut it off the square, if that makes sense. So it intrigues everybody else even more.
And of course, if you wanted it going the other way, you could just sew a bigger 4-patch, couldn't you?
Do a bigger 4-patch, yeah. What I will say is, because you're on a curve, it's much easier to cut with a smaller blade. So I tend to use a 28mm rotating rotary cutter, and I'm going to cut all the way around. Get rid of that piece, and then you can use a rotating mat, or you can just turn everything, but I prefer to just use the rotating cutting mat. Line up on the solid edge where you've just cut, which is there, she says,
Mm-hmm.
and then cut the other side. And then I've got this
how cool
fab
is that?
piece that I could then put freezer paper on the back, or whatever you choose to, your double-sided bonder web, whatever it is you use for applique, and then I can join all those petals together to make one big flower or leaf. They make really good leaves as well. So that's one method of using it. As I say, you can create a circle as well, so you get a full circle, which is really useful. But being able to, on a square piece, so if that was the edge of your quilt,
Yes.
you could then take whichever size you curve you like, whether you want an oblique curve or a narrow curve.
Yep.
You just line up this straight edge, and that's why it's got straight edges. It's not because they can't draw a circle, it's because that way I can line up the edges.
So this is to round off the
And
edges, isn't
round
it?
it
Round
off.
off the corners.
Yeah.
So if you don't like doing mitered corners on your bindings,
Yeah.
or cross corners on your bindings, you can stop doing that now. You can have rounded corners. You just use
Exactly.
binding cut on the bias
Yeah.
to bind that quilt.
But this just gives you a nice curve.
And is this also how you would cut a circle?
Yes, yeah, obviously you'd use the appropriate sized square to start with to cut your, and it does tell you in the instructions what size to cut.
Great. So if you wanted to applique that, you could just fuse your bonder web to the back of your square
Absolutely.
and then trim the corners
Yeah.
off. Oh, what an easy way of making...
I just love the fact that I can use it for my applique, but I can also use it to give a nice rounded edge to something, which is really cool.
And for that circle, Susie, is that layer
Yes.
cake friendly, the largest circle?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Really like that. Awesome.
It's very cool.
Thanks, Susie.
That's all
You've really
right.
helped to demystify some of the creative grids rulers. I hope you'll come and do that again.
I will.
We'll pick some different rulers.
There's a fair few.
There's a
isn't there?
fair few. There's a
And
fair few.
I'd like to say I haven't got very many, but that would be a lie.
Well, but they're great.
I do use rulers, the rulers all the time, because it adds, as you said, you know how to do it from basics, but being able to do it quickly, accurately,
Yeah,
and without too much thought,
absolutely.
you can spend that time designing, which is
Yeah.
even better.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Just to mention as well, there is a larger version of the log cabin, the standard log cabin, that does log cabin, court out steps, and also the
It does do the half as well.
half log cabin as well.
It does.
12-inch finished size.
Or 6 inch.
Or
finished.
6, you can do
Yeah.
a 6.
So that's the 12-inch.
Beautiful.
So that's as big as that comes. Or
Yep.
it does a 6-inch. One side does one quarter. The top, your top right
Yep.
does the 12.
Oh,
the bottom left does
and
the
that's still the
6.
narrower strips for the
Yeah.
6-inch. Gorgeous. I love that. So
Yeah.
of course 4 of those make one of those.
Yeah, but that
Ideas.
size will make a placemat.
Yeah, lovely. Christmases are coming. All right, smashing. Now then, the fabrics that Susie's been using are gorgeous, all those lovely Christmassy fabrics. So I just wanted to mention those to you. We've got 3 bundles. Should we start with the red? All right, so you've got a 5-piece bundle here of 5 cotton fabrics, including that gorgeous Nordic stripe. You've got little stars on almost like a sort of natural seeded background. You've got all over snowflakes. All over snowflakes again, but this time red on a seeded natural background. And then last of all, a little tiny cream star on a red background. Really love those. Sort of instant Christmas make there. $12.99, great value for those for 5 fat quarters. We've got a green version. So slightly different designs this time. I'll show you them again. You've got the all over stars. Now these are printed in a gold metallic print. You've got a little almost like glitter effect one there. A little bit of red in this one, some holly leaves and berries. Another kind of almost ombre gold effect. And then little stars, scattered stars. That's our green version again, £12.99. And then last of all, you've got your white, or well, it's not really white, it's a cream, it's an ecru, like seeded natural really, and I'll show you those designs. They really do kind of bring both of the previous packs together. That's a lovely one. Little Christmas trees, Merry Christmas, more little trees, and then last of all, oh, that's a fun one too. Great, 5 fat quarters for £12.99. Really lovely. All right, Susie, thanks so much for that hour, and wonderful to see you. Do you know when you're back?
I do. I'm back on the 6th of October.
6th of October? I shall put it in my diary. What are you doing?
What am I doing? Oh, June Taylor.
Oh, lovely.
I'm doing a masterclass with June Taylor.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. You've got the job now. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, Mark Francis will be here with the Sew Over It Ada dress. Don't go anywhere.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Sewing Street for our final hour, in which I'm joined by the wonderful Mark Francis.
It's me again.
It is.
Just when you thought it was safe to come out,
Oh.
I'm back.
Last hour.
And
we've got the gorgeous Ada dress from Sew Over It, which is on this mannequin next to me. We've all been saying what a beautiful dress this is, and it looks amazing in the fabric that Mark's picked. So that is coming up. Just wanted to share with you, we've got a fabulous book. This is a book you and Clive have had in your sewing library for some years.
We have, yes.
It's a great book. It's called Simple Tailoring and Alterations by J. Françoise Campbell. It's $14.99. This isn't a project book. This is applicable to every garment you've ever made, ever will make, and also all of your ready-made clothes too, because this is all about tailoring and altering hems, waistbands, seams, sleeves, pockets, cuffs, darts, tucks, fastenings, necklines and linings. This is your guide when you're thinking, well, how would I make this waistband a little more nipped in? How would I create more fullness at the bust? How would I create, more shape in the leg of these trousers? This book is going to tell you how to do all of that, and in great detail. Really good reference book to use.
It's great. I do like this, and I do like books that you can keep in your library, and when you need to do something that's a bit kind of out of your comfort zone, maybe,
Right.
Then it's kind of, you can just refer to it and just to get confirmation that yes, I'm right, or you might follow it step by step in order to achieve it. I've just flicked open at random here, making a grandad collar. So it's telling you how to remove an existing collar and turn it into a grandad collar.
That's a great thing to know.
It is, isn't it?
Really
and
good.
Just pages before, it's got chapters on how to shorten shirt sleeves. So it's split up into sections.
Oh,
So got,
seriously? Now that's a skill I could do with.
you could, if only you could sew.
If only I could sew. No, but quite often, you know, I need larger here, and by the time the sleeves go on, they're down here and they're just too long. That's great. So many different applications for $14.99. It's one of those reference books. It's really never going to go out of date, is it? Because it's not about the style of clothing. It's saying, what do you want to do? Make it fuller, more tailored, longer, shorter. I mean, pretty much all dressmaking patterns will tell you how to lengthen sleeves or lengthen a bodice or something like that. But I mean, even down to something like a full bust adjustment, you need some reference material to go to learn how to do that. I think this is also a great gift to buy for somebody who perhaps has started dressmaking or has been dressmaking a year or two, but perhaps isn't getting the fit that they want. This will really help them to improve their fit. Great buy, that lovely book, very smart as well. And not specific to women's wear either, just as applicable to children's wear and men's wear as well.
Yeah. It's split up into chapters. We've got skirts, dresses, trousers, jackets, shirts, capes and coats, and ties, bow ties and waistcoats, so you can easily find.
Oh gosh, there's even bow ties. How to
Bow
adjust
ties,
a bow tie.
repairing split ties, repairing overstretched ties, how to make an adjustable bow tie longer, and altering side seams on a waistcoat, for example.
Very good. Very
I
good
think
indeed. All right, super, lovely. Just want to mention that. Now then, our focus for the hour is on the Sew Over It brand, Lisa Comfort, and the Ada dress in particular. Now I'm going to show you the two options that we've got in the pattern first of all, and then we'll talk a little bit more around the dress. But we're going to start with the smaller sizes. This is size 6 to a size 20. And all of those size measurements, body measurements, are on the back of the packet as well. Now, with both patterns, you've got two different versions. So you have a longer length and a shorter length, and you've also got options with the sleeve. So you've got a sort of open cuff or cuffless sleeve. And then you've also got the option of a shirring elasticated cuff, which creates a little bit of fullness.
I've done it on other projects, and it's really lovely to do. So if it's on the Sussex seamstress, has done it on a few dresses as well. I'm not demoing that bit today, but if you wanted to see how to do that bit, look up some of the Sussex seamstress video. They're on YouTube, I think, aren't they?
Absolutely.
On YouTube.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, we're very modern here.
Who knew?
Then the second option that you've got is to go, this is for the larger sizes. Now there is a little bit of crossover here because this one goes from size 18 and it goes up to a size 30. So same dress. Now what I want to just show you here by holding them side to side are your two different views of the dress. You get both views in either pattern. So this one right here shows you the open sleeve, the open-ended sleeve or the loose sleeve, and also the longer length. This one over here shows you the shorter length dress and also the elasticated cuff. But you can mix and match. You could have the mix and match. You could have the elasticated cuff with the longer length, and vice versa. Okay,
like
perfect.
So
those are our two pattern packs.
I do like a bit of mash though.
Oh yeah, I like a mash too. A mash up. A mash up. Now fabric wise, we've got bundles. Now each of these bundles is 3 meters of fabric in a bundle. I'm going to start by showing you the one that Mark's dress right here is made up in. This absolutely gorgeous fabric. These are all viscose, aren't they? Now, Owl and Sewing Cat use a lot of viscose in their patterns. Their shell top, their kimono jacket, their simple dresses and trousers. So if you wanted to buy any of these bundles with a view to using them with your Owl and Sewing Cat patterns, perhaps, go for it. 3 meter length here is going to be more than enough for any of Tracy's patterns. Oh, is it 2.5 meter? 3.5, I beg your pardon, 3.5. So probably for some of these you'd have enough for 2, That is gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. A big rose pattern with the black background. It's a really soft viscose, this too.
I really enjoy sewing with this one, and viscoses sometimes can need a bit of nailing down on occasions, but the ones I was using were beautifully behaved.
Okay, not slippery.
No, not at all.
You'll give us tips along the way though, right?
Oh, I'm full of them.
Brilliant. Now our second bundle that we've got is for this beautiful rose pink solid viscose, and this is one that you're going to be using. This is a viscose poplin, I think, isn't it?
It is, and I thought for a great blouse or
really
shirt.
Nice, yeah, lovely. Yeah. And also this is very, I think this would be gorgeous for an event. It's that kind of colour, isn't it? It's kind of ballet slipper.
Yes.
Love ballet slipper. Beautiful, but I just think that would be gorgeous to wear. Perhaps you could maybe a little patterned bolero, little jacket, little kimono.
A bolero or a bolero?
Bolero. Oh, I don't know. I'm still in the dance zone, you see.
Dance?
Yeah.
Why?
Or music, isn't it? Bolero.
Yeah.
I don't know, you're picking on me now. Right, next one. This is a navy background floral, really large scale
Look
again.
at that.
I know, it's stunning, isn't it? I'm almost afraid to say what I think it's called.
It
It's
looks
just a
like the blind we had in our
viscose.
caravan in the 70s, in a nice way.
Yeah.
I mean, it was terribly faded when I knew it, but I absolutely love the design. It's big florals.
Gorgeous. This is called large floral. Are you kidding me? $19.99 for 3.5 meters.
It's beyond a bargain.
$19.99 for 3.5 meters. Okay, let's do a 10-second clock to see how quickly this will sell out. You know what I'm saying? That's amazing. Wow. Beepo, there I am. Do you ever do that with the dogs?
No, I haven't
think you
tried it
should.
actually. No, I think they're too. Well, Frankie can't see anyway.
Oh, bless.
But Clark is too switched on.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, good.
He's a
All
Jack
right.
Russell, he's all over it.
He's got it all there. All right, well, that's amazing. Great value. Now, next one, let's go black, white with a touch of red. This is the paisley.
I do love paisley.
Yeah, this is going to look gorgeous made up as the Ada dress, isn't it? Is it Ada or is it Aida?
Well, I read it as Aida, but that could be because I'm...
No dots?
No, that's true.
No dots. Isn't that lovely, though?
That's the musician in me, though.
Lovely.
Swishy.
So you've got that black and white, but then you've got that touch of grey and that touch of red.
Summer trousers.
I'm thinking Christmas dress. I'm thinking
Yeah.
Christmas Day dress with a little cherry red shorty cardigan. Little round neck cardigan. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Will that be on Yarn Lane next week?
Very Christmassy, but lovely.
Yeah.
And again, the price, $19.99. I can't believe that's right for 3.5 meters. We did this last time, Ben.
And what happened?
Well, we're still here. You know, we're still here.
You must have
Next
done something
one,
right.
this is that green background floor, like a sage green. You think you've got it? Great. Oh, lovely. Look at that. And it's so drapey. And does viscose have stretch in it or not?
It
Not
depends.
really.
It depends how it's made. It
Doesn't
can
feel
do.
like there is any in this, really.
I wasn't aware of any in the ones I had.
No, that's lush. $19.99 again. Brilliant value. 3 more options. Oh gosh, we're doing good. This is stash building stuff, isn't it? This is the black background with really vibrant pinks and some soft jade green.
So you can match the pink to something, couldn't you?
Oh, you really could. Or the green. Or again, just with a black cardigan or something like that. Or opaque black tights to wear with the dress. That would look really smart. That's yummy. $19.99 again.
Not thick black woolly ones.
Well, whatever your bag. Whatever you're
My
into.
sister had to wear a grey 70 denier tights for school,
Ooh, they sound thick.
but they were extremely thick.
Yes.
She didn't enjoy them.
They're basically Wellington boots, aren't they? Let's be honest. Right, next one.
I'll have to tell her that. That'll
Yeah,
make her
yeah,
chuckle.
yeah. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, this is Vic's, isn't it? This is Vicky. Our
Very
Vic's.
much so.
Yeah.
You see, if I'd made it in that,
Actually,
that would
the
have been
style of dress would really suit
yeah,
Vic's,
it would have
wouldn't
been off the mannequin by
Yeah,
now.
it would.
And
It
down
would.
Down at
Yeah, if you'd had her presenting, she'd have worn it for you.
she would.
Yeah.
You've worn things for me.
That is true, but not
Rebecca
the age
Reed's
address.
worn things
Has
for
she?
me. Yeah, yeah.
I don't know that I have ever worn anything for you, Mark.
You wore the Brighton shirt.
Oh, yes, my own version though.
No, you put the sample on.
Oh, I did,
that
didn't
day.
I?
Yeah.
I did, you're right, you're right. Last one. That's very pretty. That is very, very pretty. Is it 1999? Oh my goodness me. 1999 again.
You couldn't make it up, could
You
you?
really couldn't. It's incredible. I don't even know. What's 1999 divided by 3.5? Just tell me how much it is per metre.
They're all scrabbling for a calculator now.
Well, I'd need one too, to be honest with you. Come on, you worked in a bank.
No, I wasn't.
1999
It doesn't mean I was
divided
good
by
at
3.5.
maths.
5.7, £5.71 a metre. Wow.
That's good.
It's awesome. It's awesome. Absolutely brilliant. But they are beautiful quality viscose fabrics. Take your pick. Awesome. Right. Mark.
Should we crack on with some...
Make me a dress.
Make you a dress. I will make you a dress. Should we look at the instruction book
Yes,
first? Because it
please.
is brilliant. And so over it, you always get fabulous instruction books. You've got a glossary. Look, you've got a glossary. Who doesn't love a glossary? In case there's terms you're not sure of. You can learn how, and they've got loads of layout plans. I must admit, I'm a bit rogue with a layout plan. I do have a habit of just popping on the fabric my own way. And then you've got very comprehensive instructions. Should you follow them, I mean, I tend to go a bit rogue with that as well. I do tend to just...
You didn't say all this when we were doing your pattern. You were just like, follow every word.
Well, it's my pattern, I know how to make it.
Sure, I get that.
But when it's one I've not made, it's like, okay, well, how are they doing it? And then I think, actually, I'm going to do this method because that
Right.
suits me. Because we're all good at different
But
things.
everything is in there.
Everything is in there.
Great.
Well, let's have a look at how this comes together quite nicely, actually. So because it's only got the bodice and the skirt section, I tend to do the fun bits first. I see, I'm naughty. I am naughty. So I did the facing first because that's nice. That's nice and quick, isn't it? You can sew it together, and then you can just lose it until the very end, virtually. I sewed the skirt together, which is a nice panelled skirt. So I've already sewn the fronts together, and you could have a bit of fun. I mean, we were talking about picking out colours, because if you look at the front, you got, I hope you can see this, there's a seam down there and there. So you've got these 3 panels. The middle panel you could do in a block colour.
Oh, nice.
Kind of a 1940s kind of twist to the whole
Yes.
thing, maybe. But you can have a lot of fun. The skirts on the back is in 2 panels, or you could take like a kind of a patchwork kind of effect. If you had lots of scraps to use up of bits and pieces, that would be enormous fun. 2 different sleeves, so pick whichever one you want. We're doing the regular sleeve, which just has a plain hem at the end. You could add a cuff if you wanted to do that. Your alterations book may tell you how to do it.
I was going to say, presumably, if you wanted to, Mark, you could just do a little casing in there and just put a single thin elastic if you just wanted it gathered around, because I'm constantly pushing my sleeves up.
Yes.
And a little gather there.
Because you work hard.
Well, it just suits my busy lifestyle. But do you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, yeah.
I could be feeding chickens 1 minute, writing an article for a magazine the next. One never knows.
Don't mix the 2 up. Don't
No,
feed
exactly.
the article to the chickens. But the alternative sleeve to this one has which we have covered before, putting shearing elastic through your sewing machine, through the bobbin, to put rows of shearing elastic around the cuff. A lovely, easy way to do a cuff. Let's have a look at this bodice. Like most dress bodices, you have a single piece for the front, you have 2 pieces for the back. Now this doesn't have darts and it doesn't have anything like that. It just has gathers that are going to gather it there and there.
Oh right, okay.
Like that.
It's a nice easy way of shaping it.
It is, isn't it? And if you're new to dressmaking, making dresses, fitting busts, you might want to ease yourself in carefully, and a project like this might be the answer on how to get everything fitted nice. What are you giggling at?
You said about you want to ease yourself in gently. I thought you meant how you actually put the dress on.
Well, you could do
with
that
gathers. Just ease yourself in gently.
Ease yourself into anything you want to ease yourself in. It is your choice. Excuse me, you made me cough now. But let's do these gathers now. I'm sure we've all seen me do gathers before, so this isn't going to be preaching to the converted. But we will do this. So set your machine to its longest stitch, usually a 4 or a 5, depending on your machine.
So no gathering by hand here unless you really want to.
You could, I know, life's too short, isn't it?
I think so.
Now a lot of machines want to cut the threads off immediately, but don't do that. Leave a long thread. And then do the same on the other side. This will be inside your seam allowance, so if you do happen to see it poking out of your seam allowance later, just unpick it and remove it, but you shouldn't see it at all. You don't need to gather it by much, actually. I mean, the machine has gathered that all on its own accord.
Oh wow, okay.
Because they do that once you've...
Love that colour.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Slipper pink.
Because I'd wear this as a blouse, as a man blouse. Whatever blouse you want.
Yeah.
But there we go. You'll notice the top of the... If I just pull this up the bench a bit further, you'll see it better. There we go. So you'll see that the top of the skirt section does actually have a curve. That's not just me putting it on the bench in a funny way. It does actually have that curve. So it'll sit nicely round your waist. So you can just pull those gathers out ever so slightly when you come to this a bit later, just to fit in. So I need to lengthen that ever so slightly. So that's the gathers. That is what will fit your bust. In fact, I did a dress on the sewing bee that had something along these lines, but rather than a gather, it had a pleat. Actually, you could do the same thing with the pleat. So you just do that, like we did on the trousers earlier.
Yeah.
Like that, and that is a lovely way to fit a bust as well. Because when I went to sewing bee, I hadn't done ladies' wear.
No.
So it was all a bit new to me.
I'm loving the colour of that. It's so gentle.
It is, isn't it?
I think it would flatter just about any and every skin colour as well.
Like us.
Skin tone.
Gentle.
Gentle.
Yes.
Absolutely.
We'll
Sleeves going in, or this is the back?
Well, this is where I started to deviate from the instructions, and this is just because I prefer to make it this way. So in the instruction booklet, and this is a perfectly acceptable way to make it, of course, is they put the sleeve in on the round. So what they're doing is they're creating the whole of the armhole by sewing up the side seams, sewing up the length of the sleeve, and then inserting one into the other. But my preference is to do insert the sleeve on the flat.
Right.
That's my preference.
So you sew your shoulder seam, then you put your sleeve in, and then do your side seams.
Correct. And I find that easier, but you know, you may have your own. Oh, put the length back. You may have your own preferences.
Yeah, and I suppose this is where, you know, if you're at the beginning of your journey or towards the beginning of your journey in dressmaking, stick with the pattern, work through it. That may end up being your preferred method. Mark's developed his preferred method of putting sleeves in over years of making clothes.
Years and
years.
Years.
Way back when. For Mark, these clothes aren't vintage, are they? They're, you know, you bought them new.
I made everything I'm
wearing.
Everything. Trousers, shirt. The shirt.
Did you make the shirt?
I did make the shirt.
Wow.
I made it as a costume piece,
right.
Actually, from a Victorian. It's just a simplicity. Had a men's Victorian shirt and a frock coat, and
lovely.
I did it.
Oh, I love their historic reproduction clothes.
And actually, you can get some nice ideas for
Yeah.
everyday wear.
Yeah, you can, especially
By
the
looking
shirts
at the costume.
and
Shirts,
things like that.
the frock coat would work really well. It's just a standard frock coat.
I made a doublet and hose.
Did you?
I did.
You should
I did
wear
the
it
full
here.
like Tudor.
Yes.
You know, the full jacket and the trousers with the tights and
We
everything.
should have a day on Sewing Street, sewing like Tudors.
Oh gosh, I was about
cross-legged on the
10
bench.
stone when I made it, so I definitely couldn't have fitted it in even with my weight loss.
We could sit cross-legged on the benches like the old tailors used to.
Yes. I'm in.
I think so. I could see Vicky Carroll dressed up as a wench.
Well, that raised some titter in the studio. Yes. Yes, apparently other people could too. Probably run it by Vix first.
Oh dear, little does she know we're talking about her. Mind you, she has spies, doesn't she? I'm sure she has spies everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
So, let's get this beast of an iron.
Yes. Our beautiful Eliso.
I don't use it enough to be
I would
used
just
to
check
it.
the temperature of that before you iron anything, because we have had it on full. Have you turned it down?
I haven't touched it.
Right, okay, you might want to just check the temperature then.
Oh, it's not on steam
It's the
at all.
dial.
Oh, I
yeah,
see.
that's
Linen,
right. Easy
cotton.
peasy.
Oh, right. Who would have thought it? So, now, do you know, I had a lovely lady came up to me at the Farnborough Sewing Show. And she was criticising me for teaching all the sewing bees bad habits.
Oh, right, okay.
I know, it's a bit of an odd one. I corrected her, said I was actually a contestant, not a judge on the sewing bee,
okay.
in case that's what she was mistaking.
Okay.
But what her gripe was people doing exactly what I'm doing now, pressing seams open.
All right.
She says you should never press seams open, you should roll them. I wasn't quite sure what she meant. I'm sure someone will correct me.
I think the thing is, like you said earlier on, over a period of time you develop your methods and they
Yes.
can start to feel like the only methods, and this is very freeing. This should be very freeing for you at home, because actually the truth of the matter is, I think, or what I take from all of this is, I take a piecemeal approach. If this method that I use in patchwork creates the effect that I want in dressmaking, I'll use it. It may not be the standard method for dressmaking,
Yep.
but if it works, if it gives me the results I want, I'll use that. It's all, I'm results driven.
Yeah.
Just put the details for the Eliso iron on screen, by the way. It is a beautiful iron.
Should you have a nice angled shot?
Beauty shot.
Yes, exactly. Can we get a shot of steam?
So where are you at?
So I'm just about to put the sleeve in. I mean, the lady who came up to me was really lovely. We did have a nice chat, and she had a fascinating career, and she had made clothes for royalty. So she was coming at it. She wasn't a home sewer.
Right.
She was coming at it from a whole different angle.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is the thing, you know.
She was couture.
And anyone who's worked in commercial garment production, you know, it's completely different seam allowances, methods, and you know, there's different priorities there, but it's about using whatever works. That's why what's great, you know, we do Sew Over It patterns from Lisa Comfort, we do Mark Francis, we have Sussex Seamstress, we have so many different pattern companies, and they all have their favourite methods. Choose the one that works.
Yeah, and I put my favourite methods into my pattern.
Of course you do.
So pinning in the sleeve on the flat. And I personally, as I said, this is my preferred method. So I've put all the notches in. I know I remembered this time.
Oh, well done.
And what I've done is I've notched it. I've pinned the notches at the top of the shoulder, first of all. So that's in the middle here. Then I'm going to pin it at each end. So that's one end of the sleeve, that's the underarm. This is the underarm at the other side. Let's pin that in. Now you're always easing in sleeves, and anything that's, because you're doing a convex, this is clever, a convex into a concave.
Right.
Don't ask me which is
Caves
which.
go in.
Is that what it is?
Caves go in.
No way. Why
It's a
do
way
I-
to remember it.
Well, I said you were clever.
Just going to enjoy the moment. Doesn't happen very often. You know what they say, Mark? Even a stopped clock is right twice a day.
That is true.
That is true.
That's actually a line in Doctor Who, that is.
Is it?
In 1982. A broken clock, it's better keeps better time than you are. At least it's accurate twice a day. Is how the line was delivered, with spit and venom at the time.
Of course.
So now what I'm doing is I'm just easing in. So I've taken a point in between the shoulder and the underarm here. I've pinned it in the middle, and I'm going to ease it in.
So when you say easing, are you stretching one of the fabrics?
No, I'm not really stretching it. I'm just distributing the excess.
Okay.
Because you'll need that excess fabric in order for the sleeve to kind of just sit over your shoulder. Another way to do this is to run a gathering stitch around the top of the sleeve head, and then you can pull it up.
Yes, I've
ever
done
so
that.
slightly.
I've
Yeah,
done that on the machine.
Yeah, the machine will do it, or you can just gather it up yourself.
You sometimes have notches, don't you? Gather from here to here, and then
Yes,
it just helps.
I have done it. If I've had a pattern that's had quite a lot of ease,
Yeah.
sometimes it will help. Or
Yeah.
if you're struggling, and because you want your sleeve to just fall over, it just kind of sits there, and you need that extra bit, or else you'll have sleeves like this otherwise,
Right.
and it won't work. So you just go all the way along, and take your time with this. You can get through a couple of biscuits while you're doing this.
Oh gosh, Mark, you're speaking my language.
You will find the ease is different from the front and the back, just because of the way it's designed to go around the body.
Is that how you decide how difficult a job will be? How many biscuits?
No, but it should be.
It's a 3 Jaffa cake job, folks. I'm going to need the big mug of tea. Oh, that's very much a thing in our house. You know, the size of the mug, depending on the job. Is that, oh, I'm going to need the big mug, Charlie.
Oh dear. Well, we've got too many mugs in our house. We really need to have a mug sort out.
Do you?
I think so. Because they become a bane, don't they?
They do.
And
They do. I always buy hand-thrown mugs. I've got a real thing.
Oh,
I just
really?
I love to drink from a hand-thrown mug, and I think they're beautiful, and they're, you know...
You must be in contact with people from Pottery Throwdown then.
No.
Oh.
No. But I love watching it.
Do they have your initials on? Do they spell out Stuart Hillard
Oh no,
on
just
the
by
shelf?
ones that they've made, you know. But you find so
okay.
many amazing, and it's all the sort of form and shape and colour, and it's so different to what I do as well.
Because I can just see a country kitchen with little hooks under the cupboards, and they spell out Stuart. Which letter do I fancy being now?
Give me an S. That kind of thing.
Is it S for sunny or T for
You're not
tepid?
far away. You're not far away from reality there.
Where?
With that description of my dressing.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you're not
Oh,
a million.
really?
You're not.
No,
You're
I
not.
see.
You're not far off. You're not
Does
far
it
off.
have gingham curtains?
No.
And a little
No.
table with a hen in the middle?
No.
Real or china?
No.
Oh. We'll put it on the machine. We'll do a locking stitch.
Yeah.
And take your time.
Now, sewing over pins, not sewing over pins.
It depends where the pins are and what they're doing. It won't break your machine. It might break your needle occasionally, but generally, if you're not going hell for leather, the pins should just kind of get out the way. I know, I can see I'm talking to the wrong person about
No. I'm just going to stand here judgmentally and watch.
as the needle goes and it fires.
Are you ready,
across the studio.
everybody?
Look. You see? Nothing happens. You can remove the pin just before it goes before the needle. So what you could do, because I want these pins are doing a job and they're holding all these gathers, all this easing in place. So I don't want to take them out. Although I do know sewers who will just do all this without any pins at all.
Oh yeah.
I'm not one of them.
I wouldn't. No.
No, it's too risky.
It is really, and you've got your beautiful fabric and you're going to make a fabulous dress. And this doesn't look like, you know, lots and lots of work. This looks like a lovely weekend sew.
I think so, very much so. Cut it out Saturday afternoon, Sunday morning when it's raining and you got a bit of Sewing Street on, and you can listen to John prattling away.
Sunday afternoon, you're down the Carvery.
Exactly.
Yes, I will go large.
because you've got your nice, high-waisted trousers.
Ease.
Yeah, ease yourself
Cover
into
Carvery trousers on.
ease yourself into a Carvery.
You can have that for your next pattern. Do the Carvery trouser.
I shall consider it. Now, what you want to do, what you want to make sure is that the fabric underneath isn't bunching up, getting in the way, because they're curving in different directions. It does have a tendency to kind of bunch up under the machine if you're not careful. Well, do you know what I've been watching? I've discovered they're repeating Sewing Bee on Really.
Oh, right, really?
It's on Really. I mean, it is on the iPlayer as well, of course.
Yeah.
But there's something quite fun about watching it go out live. And who knew Heather Jacks would get into the final every time?
Yeah, yeah.
But they had a no pattern week.
Did they? Oh, yes.
I'd forgotten this.
Yes.
What a clever... I wish I'd have done that. I would have found that fun.
No patterns.
No pattern.
But that was the year that Chinello Bally was in.
Yes.
And maybe, I don't know, maybe
Jenny.
that was something to do with her special skills and having an opportunity to show them off. I don't know.
Oh, it could have been.
Because she sewed all her clothes with no patterns.
She didn't do patterns, did she?
No.
I only watched the second half of the programme, so they had to draft a sleeve and add it to a top.
Oh yeah. It was the transformation challenge, wasn't it? They had to add a sleeve, draft a pattern for a sleeve, and then add it.
And then they had to copy a garment of their own, or one they've previously made or bought. Mm-hmm. That would have been enormous fun. Have you copied garments?
No, it's something I'd really like. Actually, I asked one of our other guests if she would do a tutorial on that, so I'm keeping my fingers crossed, because we've all got favourite garments, haven't we, that we've bought that we'd like to remake. I've bought this lovely sort of kind of tunic-y style. It's sort of like a double gauze, made in like a double gauze shirt, like a summery shirt. It's almost like a tunic type thing, and I'd like to make it in about a gazillion different colours.
Clive and I copied a long cardigan. It was just made in like kind of sweatshirt fabric.
Okay.
Long and square.
Yeah.
And very nice. Sometimes
That's what they used to call me at school.
Did anybody copy you though?
Yeah. No.
And we copied it. We did a pattern.
Oh.
And
You were inspired by?
No, it's a copy. Mine's better because I made the pockets bigger.
What was this shop in Italy that you spent hours in trying on clothes?
Italy? Oh, no, it's in Paris.
Oh, in Paris.
And it was Izzy Miyake.
Ah.
You know, they've got that lovely crinkly fabric.
I'm going to say yes.
Just say yes.
Yeah,
they do. It's lots. It's like a kind of like a viscose and stuff. It's got a crinkle in it.
Oh yeah.
And they make lots of things. And a secret to doing things that are kind of nice and drapey like this, they're usually squares.
Just non-iron.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
so all these things. Well, look at. I mean, they're terribly expensive. Very, very nice. But Clive stood there wearing them. It's like it's just a square.
It's a square.
It's just a square.
Yeah.
So then you think, because we're so.
Were you talking about Clive?
What?
It's just a square.
He's in the green room, but I don't know whether he's watching or not.
He won't be
watching. He'll be on his phone. He'll be doing a reel. So here we have. It needs a bit of a press, and then you get your sleeve.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah,
worth the pinning, I think.
And if you, it needs a bit of a press. That'll get those little marks. That's just where the pins have been. And you can overlock it as on the inside if you wanted to.
So that would be, just looking on you, that's lovely. And if I just show you there, you can just see how that now fits. And where there was that extra fabric as just, I see exactly what you mean now about how it fits in and just gives you that little bit of extra fullness. I've never really understood why it isn't just exactly the same size, but that illustrates it really well.
It would be too tight. I mean, you'd be able to sew it in without a problem, but then you wouldn't have a sleeve that has the movement. Yes,
It'd be very stiff.
Yes.
Cool.
No one wants stiff sleeves.
No.
No, it's useless. Useless.
Not on my watch, Mark.
So that is how I put in my sleeve. There we go. If I lay it out on the bench, you can see that. There we go. And I'd do the other one on the other side. Alternatively, you could do it as the instructions say and do it on the round.
Right. Good, good, good.
So once we've got all that in, we can then sew down. I'm just trying to know what to do next. We can then sew down this side seam. So, and the way I do this, I match it up at 3 points to start with. So this is sewing down the underarm and down the side seam. And I match it up at the bottom. I'll match it up under the arm where the seams are. You want those to sit nicely if possible, and then match it up at the cuff.
See, I'm rather with you there. That's how I would prefer to do a sleeve.
Yeah, I think this is, for me, it's more achievable. It's what's in my repertoire. But I have done it the other way. If you were doing it on the round, I would do it jackets and things like that. I would do in the round. But that's just my personal choice. The Sew Over It clearly have other personal choices, and that is just as it should be.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You can learn something different from each pattern that you make, really, can't you?
And absolutely, and that's what's so great about this. There's 101 ways to do the same thing in sewing, and it's just finding the one that suits you. I spent ages trying to find a method to put shirt collars on that suited me, and I could get good results every time.
Right.
And now I have, because the methods that are generally in the books just didn't kind of suit me. Maybe I'm too candid, I don't know.
Well, it's about having a full toolbox. I always talk about the toolbox, and this is your skills toolbox. And the more methods, the more tips, hacks, ideas. Mark does it this way, and you know, different guests do it a different way, and you can try them all, can't you, over the course of your sewing career. You can try them all, see what works best, and it might be that this pattern, this method works better. This one, I'll use that one instead. Just a quick tip, if you are going for any of the fabrics, I wouldn't hang about. There's lots and lots of these are close to selling out. So are any of them actually fully sold out? Just have a quick look. Yeah, so pink floral, this one's sold out. Any others? Plaisy, I thought that would sell out too. The large sold, that one's sold out as well.
Those are all our favourites,
Is this gorgeous one sold out? The deep red. Oh, still a bit of that. Love that. That's what we'll call our Vicky bundle.
Oh yes,
gorgeous.
We'll send it round to her.
It's beautiful though, isn't it? And I think if you like Liberty fabric, it's got that sort of ditzy floral. It's got that red that Liberty do so well. There's only 4 bundles left.
But at a fraction of the price.
Well, exactly. You wouldn't even get a metre for $19.99, would you?
No.
You're getting 3.5 metres. There are, let me just tell you again, how many available? 3 available, 12 in baskets, okay? So this is about to sell out. Any others? What about the one on the green? That's really pretty, very wearable. Very, very wearable, that. There are 10 bundles, 12 of them in baskets. 10 bundles, 12. Yep, they're going to sell out too. Our lovely, these are just beautiful. I'm going to show you this one again. This is the pink. Yeah, we'll do the pink. 9 of these left. 9 of these left. Really pretty. Really, really pretty colour that. Ever so flattering. And then you've got that gorgeous floral on black, which Mark's original sample made in. A little bit more expensive this time, but absolutely stunning.
It's got a bit more of a grain to it, that one, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. It's got a little more texture. There are just 5 of these left. That's definitely got wedding potential.
I think so.
Hasn't it?
I can see Wendy Gardner in that dress.
Me too, me too.
Yeah. I'll send it round to her. I'll send a courier.
Do it.
To take it round to her house.
Do it.
I don't know where she lives.
Pigeon post. And then we've got that lovely little lilac and green floral as well. Again, $19.99 for that bundle. Again, really pretty. Again, I could see our Vic's wearing that. Also, pretty floral. 12 of those ones left. Don't just think for now. Think about spring, summer. It'll come round again.
Yeah, these are gorgeous for the spring and summer.
They really are. They really are. Shorter sleeve length maybe, or do the shirring, or a little casing around the bottom of the hemmed sleeve so that you can just push it up a little bit. You could shorten the sleeves a little bit too, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could do a shorter sleeve, 3/4 length sleeve.
Yeah.
Or just a little kind of cap sleeve. You could do the shearing elastic round a little. You could make the sleeve a lot more full.
I was just thinking the same thing, Mark. You read my mind.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what. Yeah.
Full on butterfly.
Yes.
Love those sleeves.
And if you put a bit of something inside it, like a bit of netting or something, it will make the whole thing kind of stand up.
You're talking my language.
I've just given the sleeve a press. Let's get this out of the way. So there we have. If I'd make this look pretty on the counter.
Oh yeah, seeing
There
that
we
now.
go. That's a lot better.
Gorgeous.
And there's the pleats, and that will be sewed into the waistband. Into the waistband. There isn't a waistband. There is no waistband, but there is a skirt.
Yeah.
And that would be the once you've got the other sleeve in on the other side, then you'd be putting the skirt sections together. The skirt sections is dead easy to put together, but do get them in the right order, because you do have 3 different pieces: the centre front, the 2 sides of the front, and then the 2 at the back. So don't get them in the wrong order.
Good advice, Mark. Good advice, as always, and fabulous demos. Great
Thank you very
inspiration.
much.
Thank you, Mark.
Superb presenting, Stuart. You're a
Stop it.
boon to the
And
weary
by
shopper.
Stop it, I mean keep going. Now then, I just want to recap the book Simple Tailoring and Alterations, because lots of you have bought this book today. It's a fantastic reference book to go in your library, something that you'll probably use every time you make a garment, unless you're one of those people, and I think you must be 0.001%, who just don't have to alter patterns at all. But I think for most of us, we have to alter something, if not lots of things. So this is about altering your ready-made clothes and your paper patterns too, being able to adjust your toiles to make them fit perfectly. Menswear, women's wear, children's wear. It's all about getting the perfect fit, or a better fit than you might get if you just follow the pattern. Remember, very few of us, if any, are a standard pattern size. You've got a whole chapter on getting started, the types of stitches, how to take body measurements, how to adjust simple things like darts and seams, how to work with more challenging fabrics. Then you've got a whole host of different alterations you can do on skirts. For example, letting them out at the hips, making a waistband shorter, or replacing a fly front zip. Oh my goodness. Dresses,
And
replacing...
how many times do people throw away a skirt or trousers or shorts, whatever it is, because the zip's broken?
Well, my father-in-law, Ron, who's a very good sewer and dressmaker, he did, I think he replaced a zip in a jacket, a zip-up jacket. Oh, it was a bit of a nightmare, really. But with a good book, good tutorial, would have been a bit easier. Trousers, jackets, skirts, coats and capes, ties, bow ties and waistcoats. It's all there, absolutely fantastic. And also some rather lovely kind of history of garments and kind of interesting information. Something you've already got in your library, Mark.
It is indeed a well-thumbed copy.
Oh, look at that. I love it. I love it. Really interesting, isn't it? All that sort of history of garment
And it's about
making.
maintaining not just the clothes that we've made, but the clothes that we bought as well. It's very important to look after them.
So about as far away from fast fashion as you can get. But also a means of, if you have got any fast fashion and that you've now sort of thought, actually, this isn't such a cool idea, we need to reuse, we need to remake, repair, refashion, you can do that too.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so important to do that. Even if it's just as simple as repairing a hole, or turning up some trouser hems,
absolutely,
or simple stuff.
Agreed.
It's very important to do that and not have to get the Bonder web out.
I know. Although, you know, at a push, you know, it's a step towards, isn't it? It's a step towards. I remember when I taught in college, and some of the students in my class, I did get them a little gift each of a roll of Wonder Under tape for they were in uniforms, you know, and their trousers were too long, and they would come in when it had been raining, and they were white trousers, and they would come in when it had been raining, and the bottom 3 inches would be black, where it was scraping along puddles.
Why would they have white trousers for college?
Beauty, health and beauty.
Oh, I see. Oh,
Health
that's
and beauty, my love.
understandable.
Health and beauty.
So what school did you teach at? Blimey, I didn't have white trousers at school.
Yeah, no, I taught anatomy and physiology and holistic therapies in college. I did.
Of course, because you were a fitness instructor in the sewing bee, weren't you?
Well, yeah, but it wasn't connected
You were
to
like
that.
Mr. Motivator.
I was all dolled up in lycra.
And a bum bag.
That's right, back in the day. Oh, my lord. I don't have any of those things, you know, that I used to have, but I think they're beyond refashioning, to be honest. I don't think I'll ever wear hot pants ever
Are
again.
you still tempted to do a spin class or a...
I never liked doing or teaching spin, I'll be honest with you, but everything else loved. My favourite was aqua. I loved teaching aqua.
Aqua aerobics?
Aquafit, yeah.
Yeah, my father-in-law does that.
Yeah, pre and postnatal.
He has all these lovely ladies, like a little harem around him. They all fuss over. When he's poorly, they come in with casseroles and stews and cakes
Oh,
and
it's the
things.
casseroles now. That's why he likes doing it. I love it. Thanks, Mark.
My
and
pleasure.
Thank you so much for all of your tips, tricks, and your fun and ideas as well.
It's been super fun.
That's been super fun. We're going for lunch after this, aren't we?
Oh, yeah.
We know how to live.
Will there be cake?
Oh, undoubtedly. For you, maybe, not for me. I can already feel this sweat is starting to stretch. All right, well, we've had a busy hour. Make sure that you check out your baskets if you've got any of those lovely fabrics. On the Ada dress, the size 6 to 20, these are our smaller sizes. So you get size 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 and 20. You get the longer length and the shorter length and 2 styles of sleeve. There are only 6 of these patterns left now. So if you want that, you will need to check out your basket. Okay, the other option is to go for the Ada dress in sizes 18 to 30. And I think generally, Mark, would you agree, if you are, say, an 18-20, you're better off going for the larger pattern size?
Every time, yeah. In all dressmaking, I think generally go larger because you can then make it smaller. But you can't make a smaller one necessarily bigger. You can fit it down.
Yeah. Good advice.
And the same with my trousers as well. If you're but you can also grade it in between sizes as well. If you're like
between the lines
with a dress, yeah. With a dress, if you're like a 10 top and a 16 hip, sort of for your hips and down below, then you can use the 2 bits and grade between the 2.
Understood. Speaking of trousers, we'll just put the details for Mark's brand new pattern launch, which was earlier on today. The Mccoy Oxford trousers. Gorgeous pattern, unisex, shown here on Mark, but would look equally good on a lady.
I'm the cheapest model available.
Well, I don't like to say it, Mark, but it is true. Great value. You get size extra small, small, medium large, extra large and double XL.
Now you get waist sizes on the trousers. 28 to 48.
28 to 48, thank you. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon, you're
That's
right. Sorry.
Do you know,
sorry.
What we brought today are classics.
Yeah.
The dress you could make year after year in different weights of fabric. Same with the trousers. They'll all work in like lice linens, lightweight viscoses. You could do them again in the summer in like corduroys, wools.
What it's all about, isn't it? Having those classic patterns. All right, we need to have a look at the menu and see what's coming up tomorrow, first day of the weekend. Let's have a look. So at 8 o'clock, it's design rolls and fabric. At 9 o'clock, Delphine Brooks is here with her Christmas fabric clock. You heard me right, folks. We're doing a clock. At 10 o'clock, it's Christmas fabrics. There's a theme developing. At 11 o'clock, Winter Mountain wall hanging with Delphine Brooks. And then at 12 o'clock, design rolls and fabrics. And I should just mention too that tomorrow is National International Sew with a Jelly Roll Day or Design Roll Day. So there you are. I offer that up. We'll talk more about it tomorrow. Anyway, we're going home now, unless you're going to stick around and watch Hobby Maker, which I heartily recommend. I will see you at 8 o'clock in the morning. Take care of yourselves.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's